Good evening. Welcome. Tonight is Monday, August 25th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the Minnetonka City Council. I will call this meeting to order and ask you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, Ms. Larson. Would you please call roll?
Shack.
Here.
Wilburn.
Here.
Calvert.
Here.
Romaley.
Here.
Coakley.
Here.
Foster Bolton.
Here.
Wearsome.
Here. Next item is approval of the agenda, and I know we have an addendum. Mr. Funk.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. We do have one item for your consideration this evening, and that's related to item 14A, the Minnetonka Off-Lease Strategy and Guidance Plan. Public comments were received after the distribution of the packet since Thursday, and so those emails that have come in are included in your addenda. And with that, Mayor and Council, the staff would recommend a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Funk. Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make the motion to approve the agenda as amended.
And a second. Councilmember Romaley.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Romaley. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romaley.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is approval of minutes. We have one set, and that is the July 28th, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Any comments or a motion? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of the July 28th, 2025 regular meeting minutes.
And a second, Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Calvert and a second by Councilmember Shack. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romaley.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is special matters, and we have no special matters tonight. And so the next item is reports from city manager and council members. Mr. Funk.
Again, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Really just two items for your consideration this evening. The first, just to let everyone know that unfortunately summer is winding down. I always hate to, I think we all are remiss in seeing the weather go away. But that being said, it's time for everyone to get to Shady Oak Beach before it closes. So it is closing on Labor Day, but this week it will be open 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. through Labor Day. There is no admission charge. We don't have lifeguards on duty, but this is still an opportunity for anyone to get out and hopefully enjoy a little bit of weather this week before we close down for the summer. Mr. O'Day and his team had a great year at Shady Oak Beach, and so attendance was really solid, and real good credit to our team on another successful year with our operation. And then last, just want to mention, this morning, as you all know, we had a press release and a press conference on our Drones as First Responders program. I had noted this morning my appreciation to our mayor and council. I want to say it again here. We really appreciate, as staff, your support, council, and your leadership in supporting myself and supporting our chief and our police department for this technology. It goes without saying, without you and your leadership, we wouldn't be able to make this new technology possible. So again, really appreciate your support on that front. And then also want to thank Chief Borboom and Deputy Chief Tate for their implementation. A lot of work has gone into this the last few months, and we're excited. It's up and running. Spoke to one of our operators here towards the end of today, and it's now again live, and we used it a couple times today for calls. So it is up and going, and encourage anyone that has questions to visit our website, look at our transparency, look at how it operates, and always encourage anyone with questions to reach out and be happy to answer those. So with that, Mayor and Council, turn it back to you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Funk. Council members, are there any reports that you'd like to make? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got just a couple things. First, I want to thank staff in the police department. Had a pretty scary incident in the early morning hours a couple weekends ago at our house. And in light of kind of the state of the world, police got there quickly, took care of the situation. Fortunately, there was no threat, but staff was very respectful to all involved and really appreciate that. Secondly, I am on the HR and Data Practices Committee through Policy Committee through the League, and we've been meeting. We had a really good update about the state of PARA, and PARA has, for those folks who have followed kind of the state of things, they've caught back up quite a bit, and that was really good news. And the League's really helping cities implement and consider how sick and safe time is going to be implemented starting in 2026. So really useful time spent there. And then lastly, I just want to thank staff regarding the Drones as First Responders program. You know, we've talked about a lot of ways that this will help the community and also how it can help police and fire. And every day I think of or hear about a different way that it might be able to help the fire department by spotting hot spots and things like that. So I really think it's efficient use of resources, and it will help keep our folks safe as well as our residents. So really appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember Shack. Anyone else? Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to do a shout out to the Cannabis Expungement Board. I've been working there since May. It's a new position that was created when cannabis got passed in 2023. And so anybody who have a background, criminal background with cannabis use can contact the Cannabis Expungement Board at the minnesota.gov/CEB to get their record expunged. You know, there someone will look at the record and it would be looked at by attorneys and paralegals, and then information will be sent over to the board, and at the board they'll determine if the record will be expunged. And so it's just a resource for people who have this in their record, because we had a person who was like 21 years old, hadn't had anything else in their record but cannabis use, and we were able to expunge that person's record, and it was very helpful. Because when you have a criminal background, sometimes it prevents you from, well, not sometimes, a lot of times, it prevents you from having housing, employment. And so it's just a resource, and I just want people to know that they can contact the Cannabis Expungement Board to get their record looked at and possibly get it expunged. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Coakley. Is there anyone else? Councilmember Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I thought the drone event today was amazing. I also saw our wonderful Chief Borboom in an interview about it, and I'm going to geek out about it like I do about our sewer cameras, which I think are also really cool. But I'm on the National League of Cities Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee. I have met several times with some council members from Anchorage, Alaska, and several cities in California to draft a resolution asking the government to refund and restaff the agencies that are involved in climate and weather prediction and emergency response. Shortly after some of the DOGE cuts, there were the terrible floods in Texas that killed many people, and one of the reasons people died is because key officials that were responsible for making sure that local officials understood the seriousness and the imminence of the disaster had been relieved of duty. And so we have drafted a resolution on that, and we'll be meeting on it later this week. I'm actually also on the HR and Data Practices Committee, but it's for my work. And we have our next meeting for the Improving Services Delivery Committee coming up soon, and also the Metro Agencies Committee is coming up this week. So there is a lot going on this summer to make sure that we are providing the services that folks need. And I will say that several of the items that have come up on in my door knocking are also important to the Improving Services Delivery Committee. So I've been door knocking a lot of our neighbors, and two issues have come up at many of the doors. One is e-bikes, and one is the lack of response from utility companies. And it has just been so noticeable that I've been sort of keeping a running list. I've been sending it to our city manager, and it's notable. So hopefully we'll be able to take some action. I know that Xcel Energy, out of the utilities that are involved, has been contacted, just to make sure that, for instance, if you have power outages 7 times since June, or you have a cable that's strung across your lawn from an old utility pole to a new utility pole, and they haven't removed the old utility pole in 3 years, I just want to make sure that the companies that are involved are compelled to respond. So those are the kinds of things that you find out when you are knocking on doors, and I'm just really glad to do it because I'm learning about what's going on in our neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. Councilmember Romali.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. 2 things. I wanted to remind people that 30%, up to 30% tax credit on solar installation that is expiring now on September 30th. It was supposed to last for another few years. That was enacted by the previous administration. The current White House administration has clawed back and rescinded that in recent legislation. So now it's if it's anything that you were thinking about, or people in our audience are thinking about, Sierra Club and the North Star chapter, which is specifically Minnesota, has a tool, an online tool that helps you evaluate whether your home is a candidate for solar, and then also helps connect you with vetted contractors for installation. But again, time has now been slashed in terms of the time frame, and so you have to do that by the end of September. And the other thing is a sadder note, and that is, and I want to thank one of my neighbors for pointing this out, Rory Stracata, who is the owner of Deacon's True Value, which is in my neighborhood in Ward 3, unexpectedly passed away on August 17th. A lot of us in Ward 3 and maybe beyond Ward 3 knew Rory. I knew him as somebody who helped with do EV events last year, brought electric mowers and things like that. Always helped me when I went in to try to figure out what tool I needed, and just an all-around great guy. So that was unexpected and very sad, and so the store will be closed tomorrow, and there will be a celebration of life at the American Legion in Hopkins starting at 11 for anybody who wants to drop by. So anyway, condolences to all the folks at that location, and to all of us neighbors who will miss Rory tremendously. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Romali. Anyone else? All right, I'm just going to pile on just a little bit. I thought the DFR, the Drones as First Responders event today was very well done and interesting, and you'll probably see some things on the local news about that. But to me, it speaks to how we're making investments in technology that both improve our capabilities and save taxpayer funds. And that, to me, is kind of the sweet spot. That's exactly what we want to do. We want to be more effective, and we want to do it at lower cost. And the DFR program over 10 years will save us quite a bit of money, because we're actually using that technology to extend our police force and our firefighting force. We're going to improve our response times, and we're going to be able to do it without adding personnel. So that's a big positive, and I'm pleased that we are leveraging that technology, and I think it'll be very effective for police, fire, and it will probably support EMS that serves Minnetonka as well. So great event today. Watch for it on the local news. And Minnetonka is the first city in the state to employ that technology. And so that's a pretty big deal, and we are getting some attention for that. So anyway, that's that. So the next item on the agenda is citizens wishing to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is an open mic opportunity. If there's something that you would like the council to know about on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, then please come forward, state your name and address, and tell us what that is. When you do that, we will not take any action on that tonight, but we will refer it to staff and ask for them to come back and investigate your concern, and then they will report back to us at a later date. So is there anyone who would like to come forward and report on something that is not on tonight's agenda? Anyone? Okay, if you'd like to come forward and state your name and address. Good evening.
What up, Council? Jonathan Kent, 14513 Moonlight Hill Road and 55345. I wanted to bring up two items that really relate regarding the budget and specifically, as is often the case, property taxes, really any taxes. But really just some themes that I've been mulling over as I learn more about how the city functions, frankly, and admittedly a newer process for myself. And credit to the current leadership and the city, city manager, staff, from what I've observed, and to no surprise of my own, and I imagine hopefully everyone in this room and people watching, and maybe to those who have never really paid attention and are somehow seeing this or catch wind of things that happen in the city, I think it's a quite transparent process. I guess, admittedly, too, there's not that many other cities where I'm deeply familiar with how they go through everything. So starting with a positive, if you will, and I really do mean that, and I credit all the hard work that goes into a process that I probably don't even know on a super granular level a whole lot about in certain areas. So that said, I think as with anything and in the spirit of excellence that I hear continuously, and I think rightfully so in a lot of respects, that's in the vision statement, I do wonder, okay, how does the process improve? And as one of the council members, I'm so glad to hear she's knocking on doors. And I'm doing some of that myself because I'm also running for a position. And what I'm hearing back is that there's a lot of people who don't really know what's going on. And I don't really fault, for that matter, the current leadership, because I think there's a conscious effort. We're looking at it right now. You can watch this meeting at your leisure, and I think that's a good thing. And then the reality is most people have busy lives and aren't really going to be able to follow even at a high level what's going on. And maybe I'm putting that a little bluntly, but I think there's a lot of truth to that. So that begs the question of, okay, what do you do with that? And I think a couple things. One, in the spirit of knocking on those doors, getting out and talking to people, and maybe this already happens. If it is, I love it, and I'm just maybe not paying enough attention. I think that the city could, for probably not too much more in terms of dollar amounts, and even to the extent that it takes some extra dollars, create some sort of street team, if you will, that goes out and talks to essentially every resident and takes a poll. And I realize there are surveys that go out, and one of the ongoing discussions, I think it's actually something that doesn't get discussed enough, is who are we surveying, say, around home ownership. That's a population that does get heard from, rightfully so. That's where a lot of the revenue is coming from. And then there are a lot of renters here too. And as I understand it, they are not necessarily taking part in certain surveys that are going on. I think that's a problem. And if I'm mischaracterizing that, so be it. And I don't even think that is an error of commission. I think it's more omission. And that's a real drawback at the end of the day. Again, I don't think that's necessarily a deliberate oversight. But in the spirit of that, if you actually, and it's probably more grandiose than it would be in practical terms, but if you more or less hear from most people, you're going to get a better sense. And then I think we could really have, it's not that the discussions aren't serious, and then I can't help but wonder, as kind of a more newbie and outsider, who is really driving the conversation. And it is highly qualified, responsible people. And it's not that it's even an echo chamber, it's just a lot of people with a lot of experience, with a lot of perhaps more similar vantage points. And how are we making space and making room for people who are coming from different income levels? And I think there's a spirit of that is very much embodied by current leadership and those anyone who's making time for meetings like this and study sessions or what have you. And I just think it could be better. So that's just kind of a thought. And maybe that's something that's been tried before. I think, like I personally, if somebody showed up at my door, I'm also someone, I'll purposely stay on the phone with like a telemarketer to give them some feedback because I've worked in customer service. And I just think that's kind of like a good human thing to do. I'm not expecting people to feel that way too. But like I would welcome being asked that, whether I'm in a public capacity or not, as a public official or not, just as a resident, as a human being. I think that's good customer service, if you will. And if we really are going to walk the talk as a city of delivering that excellence, that to me, like I don't know any other city that's doing that. If we want to be first in class, maybe we do that too, right? The other thing I'll just throw out there, in this one, I'm a little more nervous to bring up, and then I take it upon myself, like I promise myself, the more I speak up, if I got that little, knot inside, then I got to just say it. And so to me, and maybe it's not that controversial a thing, but when people, just yesterday I heard from a father, he's lived in Minnetonka for about 5 years, moved from not that far away. And of course, on his mind, he's concerned about the frequency of property tax increases and the amount and where's it all going. And I think there's already robust conversations happening around that. What it got me thinking about, though, is, and in the spirit of this excellence piece, is, the reality is there's also an equity piece, and there's inclusion, and there's affordability, and we can have a whole discussion about those things. And again, I think most people probably would agree that ideally Minnetonka, it truly is a place where all people, it's not only open to everyone, right? In practicality, you can afford to live here no matter who you are. That's just not the case. And what I think of, I'm solidly a millennial, and there's a lot of people in my generation and lower who they cannot, like the mere thought of buying a home is laughable. And on the one hand, it's like, haha, funny, but it's also like the reality is a baby boomer generation, even Gen X, people before us, they just had a different reality set. So that's not really necessarily one particular person's problem, but I do think it's more of a what are we doing about it? And here's the rub. What I suggest is, and maybe this has been done before, I haven't seen it, is we should have at least some kind of public conversation around a more progressive property tax system. And what I propose is, and this is pretty broad strokes, so I leave it to the subject matter experts to do something with it maybe, is you could look at it as, are you taking the existing, let's say 7 to 9% increases that continue to happen, typically speaking, and are you going to continue to apply those in the same buckets, in certain buckets, and I'll just leave them out for now, but encourage people to take a look at the city budget. There's some really nice charts and graphs. I'm having little study sessions of my own, learning a lot. And you could figure out, it's basic budgeting, right? Like in that money, could it start to go to other areas? You still maintain high levels of service, I would argue. Maybe that's a false assumption. And then the one that I think, and this is where the progressive property tax piece is, and maybe this is just pie in the sky thinking, but for those who are in more of that 1% category, or who are making the most money, having presumably the highest property values, would they be willing to pay even more than what they're paying? And, shocker, I imagine they wouldn't want to do that. But if you could make the case that this is going towards the excellence that we're talking about to make this a more inclusive community that does enable afford even more affordable housing, right? If you can point to real dollars that are going to those things, and that's it, and I don't know, legally speaking, how you do that and make it ironclad, but if you can point to that, my own hypothesis is to make this a truly excellent city. It's my own bias. I'm not expecting anyone else to necessarily agree with it, but it's essentially what I'm banking. It's my belief set is, in order, the highest level of excellence is one in which the least of us, amongst us, your brothers, your sisters keeper, loving your neighbor. The highest form of that is to make that space in a very real and tangible way around things like, can someone afford to live where they also might be working, and especially if they're making the lowest, middle, lower, or lowest income levels. So maybe there are more serious discussions happening there, but I think we need to start having more of those uncomfortable conversations, because the reality is, and this is what I'll stop with, or a parting thought is, if we don't make aggressive, and maybe the better, more palatable word is proactive, if we don't take more proactive steps, the way of the world, folks my age and younger, they're not only going to not want to live here, they're not going to be able to live here. And that's probably the bigger issue here. And I realize we have an aging population. It's only getting older for now. And that's a real challenge. So I'm not trying to be dismissive of that or exclude that population. I just think we need to think more holistically and frankly more creatively. And the real bottom line is, if we don't do things like this, I don't think I can look at the mission statement and the vision statement with a straight face and say, we're actually living into these principles. I realize those are aspirations, and it's good to have those, but I think it lacks integrity if you don't put those things into action. Otherwise, it's window dressing, and I see enough of that in my life, and I think a lot of people do too. So just some thoughts.
Thank you, Mr.
sleep on
Kent.
it. Yep.
Appreciate it. Have a good night. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment? All right, seeing no one, we will move on. Next item on the agenda is bids and purchases, and we have one item. 9A is bids for the Groveland Storm Sewer Phase 1 project, and I believe that's Mr. Manchester.
It is. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight are the Groveland Storm Sewer Improvements Phase 2 bids. There's two recommendations tonight: a motion to award the contract for the Groveland Improvements Phase 2 to Jewel Underground in the amount of $239,215.11, and then authorize the city engineer to expend the allocated funds for the project without further council approval, provided the project does not exceed the project budget of $490,000. It is related to the strategic profile, as it supports our improvement of our reliable and efficient utilities. The project is located in the area of Minnetonka Boulevard and Groveland School Road, right adjacent to Groveland Elementary and Grotonka Park. It is phase 2 of an existing project. Phase 1 was completed a few years back. We did receive a grant for this project, which is the reason for phase 2. The project, it basically replaces a storm sewer, so it upsizes essentially for our flood risk. It's part of our water resources management plan. We're tracking a number of areas in the city. This is one of them, so we did a partial replacement during the Groveland School work a few years ago, and so this would be the second phase of that. We did receive a grant from the MPCA for $440,000, which is funding essentially most of this project. Council did approve that agreement for the grant in February. They authorized bids in July. We went out to bid, and then tonight the action before you is to consider the bids received. Construction would start if council decides to move forward this fall, and would be also completed fall, early winter. We did take bids on August 14th, 2025. We did receive 9 bids, so we had a good turnout for it. And I'll keep it short. Essentially, the two actions I read before, I'll turn it back to the mayor and council for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manchester. Council, we've seen parts of this before. Any questions for staff? Bids have looked pretty favorable, positive. My one question is not specific to the project, but our bids, we went through a period of very high bids, and we had a lot of bids that were over the engineer's estimates. This is well below. Is the bid atmosphere, can you make a general statement, or you don't want to go out on the limb? Just what are your thoughts regarding the bid environment right now, Mr. Manchester?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, we've definitely seen an uptick in number of bidders. I don't know that the prices are necessarily changing. It's still a little bit uncertain, but there's definitely more bidding on projects. We were down to a few in past projects, and there's a lot now.
Encouraging.
Hopefully that continues.
All right, thanks very much. All right, anything else, Council, or a motion? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we award the contract for the Groveland Storm Sewer Improvements Phase 2 Project 24801 to Jewel Underground in the amount of $239,215.11, and authorizing the city engineer to expend the allocated funds for the project costs without further council approval, provided the total cost did not exceed the project budget of $490,000.
Thank you. And is there a second, Councilmember Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Weersum.
Yes, motion carries. Next item is the consent agenda, and these are items that are typically routine. I will read them into the record, and we will vote on them in one motion and one vote, unless someone wants to pull an item for further consideration. If anyone in the audience or on the council dais would like to pull an item, please indicate that. We'll consider that item separately after we vote on the item or items that have not been pulled. So item 10A is resolutions pertaining to levying the 2025 special assessments. And item 10B is a resolution redeeming the outstanding portion of the 2016, I gotta make sure I can read this, 2016B general obligation open space bonds. So does anyone want to pull one of those items or a motion? Councilmember Romalee.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make the motion to approve the resolution redeeming the outstanding portion of the 2016B general obligation open space bonds, and also the resolution pertaining to levying the 2025 special assessment, indicating the cost of the improvements, ordering the preparation of special assessment rolls, and setting the public hearing to consider the proposed special assessments.
Very good. So we've got a motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Calvert?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second.
All right. We've got a motion by Councilmember Romalee, a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Weersum.
Yes, motion carries. Item 11 is consent agenda items requiring 5 votes, and it's a bit unusual for us to have more 5-vote items than there are 4-vote items on the consent agenda, but I will also read those. The same rules apply. I will read these into the record. If someone would like to pull one, please let me know. So item 11A is Auto Theft Prevention Program Grant Agreement. 11B is the final plat for Forma Knoll, a 2-lot subdivision at 14705 Glendale Road. And 11C is the Minnesota Firefighter Foundation Hoods for Heroes Grant. So is there a motion? Councilmember Romalee.
Thank you, Mayor. First, a comment. I just want to commend the fire department, Minnetonka Fire Department, for achieving that grant. That's terrific. I understand that's the first time that we've received this grant. As somebody who has written my fair share of federal grants in my time, I know how difficult and challenging and time-consuming that is. So we don't have a professional grant writer did not write that, so I commend the staff for doing so in the department. And so with that, I will make the motion to adopt the resolution.
Very good. And this,
Resolutions,
yes, items 11, A, B, and C.
yes.
Very good. And is there a second? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the Auto Theft Prevention Program grant is also pretty awesome, and I'd like to second items 11, A, B, and C.
All right. We've got a motion by Councilmember Romalee, a second by Councilmember Calvert. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack,
Yes.
Wilburn,
Yes.
Calvert,
Yes.
Romalee,
Yes.
Coakley,
Yes.
Foster Bolton,
Yes.
Weersum.
Yes, motion carries. Excuse me. Item 12 is introduction of ordinances, and we have no introductions tonight. Item 13 is public hearings. We have one public hearing tonight, and that is 13A is a temporary liquor license for the Minnetonka Rotary Club for Links and Libations event at 14350 County Road 62, which is the golf course on Highway 62. So, Ms. Wishnak, that is your report.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. As you stated, it is at the Glen Lake Golf Course. It is an event that is hosted by the Rotary Club, and it does require this temporary liquor license. It is the 14th annual event of this group for the Links and Libation fundraising event. It takes place on September 11th, and it's a 9-hole golf tournament. And then afterwards, they have a tasting event, a raffle, and a silent auction. The food and alcohol are served both inside and outside. They have an area that will be roped off so that no one can leave with alcohol. All participants are also required to wear an over 21 notification so that they know they're of age. We have not had any issues in the past, and with that, Mayor, we would recommend approval of granting the license. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wishnak. Council, any questions? We've seen this before. All right, well, this is a public hearing item, so I will open the public hearing and invite anyone who would like to comment on this item to come forward and state your name and address and tell us what you want us to hear.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Chris Rosenlund. My address is 8672 Meadowvale Drive in Eden Prairie. And I'm a member of the Minnetonka Rotary Club, and I'm here in support of our temporary liquor license application for our Links and Libations event. And thank you for doing such a great job of explaining that, because there's not much left for me to say. No. Anyway, we're very, very excited. 14th annual. It's our largest fundraiser of the year. As you heard, it's a 9-hole scramble golf tournament. We have some fabulous sponsors, including a large number of local businesses. Jewelry Works is our title sponsor. We also have Restwell Mattress Company, Hopkins One Auto Body, and Dale Festi Automotive is our key sponsors. And we're almost sold out, so that's the best news. So we're very, very excited for what's coming up. Again, 9-hole scramble golf tournament followed by food and beverages. We have a beer tasting from local breweries, including Boom Island, Unmapped Brewing, Excelsior, Loose Line Brewing, Back Channel Brewing, Bear Cave Brewing. And I think we have one other that's going to be a part of that as well that we don't have confirmation yet. The thing is, though, that our club is the club is building responsible youth, and the club is more fun than you want it to be. And 100% of the net proceeds of this event go to local organizations that we support as part of our work as Rotarians in this community, which include Lift Garage, Resource West, Can Do Canines, the ICA Food Shelf, GE Graduation Awards. We do scholarships at both Minnetonka and Hopkins High School, and a whole host of other organizations that maybe aren't as well known. And many of these grants that we offer are kind of micro grants. It might be 500, it might be 1,000, it might be buying a computer, it might be doing other things. So we're very, very active in the community, and as I said, this is our largest fundraiser to support those activities in our community. So I'm ready for questions if you have any. Otherwise, we'd appreciate your support.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Roseland. Council, any questions?
I have a question.
Oh, very good.
Councilmember Shack.
Mr. Roseland, if you don't golf and maybe golf is sold out, can you still go and eat and buy things at the silent auction?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. Yes, we absolutely will. We'd love to have people come by and visit with the Rotarians. If you're not a golfer, that's fine, and if we're sold out and otherwise. But you're absolutely able to come by and participate in the raffle, silent auction. There's some fabulous baskets and gifts available for auction, and also a great meal and beer tasting. So we absolutely would love to have members of the community come in. If they just want to learn more about Rotary, we'd love to host you there. So thank you for that question.
Very good. Is there anything else, Council? All right, Mr. Roseland, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward and comment on this item? Anyone? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. but I'm going to feel obligated to make a small comment too. I would encourage people to participate in this event because a Minnetonka Rotary makes a huge difference in our community and participates with all the nonprofits that the city values. That makes a difference in the lives of residents. And there's a lot of ways you can participate. Now, I've shown up at this event in the past and you know, just did the silent auction and the meal. I did not play golf because my the days of my playing reasonable golf are well in my past, and maybe I'll pick it up again in the future. Who knows? But you can you know, for $35 you can get participate in the meal and the beer tasting and things like that. But also they have a raffle, and you can buy raffle tickets for $10 a piece. And there are many, and they will do the drawing that night. And so all this money goes, all the prizes are donated. So 100% of the receipts go to the charities in our community, plus Rotary International, which has done tremendous work in ending polio around the world. That's where the money goes. So I don't want to sound like too much of a commercial, but it's a great event, and I would encourage people to attend. So with that, I will look for a motion. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be there, even though I probably haven't bought my ticket yet. I also encourage folks, if you can't make it to the golf event, come visit one of our meetings at the Marsh, 7:30 on Wednesday mornings. A little bit of breakfast, always an inspiring speaker. This week, skip it because we'll be talking about the golf tournament. But come and see some really cool, interesting speakers. So, in fact, I think some of our own are going to be speaking soon. So, I will proudly make the motion to grant the temporary liquor license for the Minnetonka Rotary Club for the Links and Libations event.
Thank you, Councilor Shack. Councilmember Romali.
I'll second, and thanks for being our charity navigator to the Rotary. Instead of having to research all of these different charities and nonprofits in our community, we get to go and just donate to you, so thank you for that.
So we've got a motion by Councilmember Shack and a second by Councilmember Romali. Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
Yes.
Romali.
Yes.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Weersum.
Yes, motion carries. So next item is other business, and 14A, we have one item, and that is the Minnetonka Off-Lease Strategy and Guidance Plan. And Mr. Funk, or is it Mr. Kumka? Okay, I will turn that over to Mr. Kumka for the staff report, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. So tonight, the staff recommendation is a motion to adopt the off-leash dog implementation plan for Purgatory Park and a resolution authorizing a no parking zone on Stadola Road east of the cul-de-sac to Creek Park Drive. This initial phase of this implementation plan includes full signage for a park-wide complaint reporting system, rapid response and enforcement tracking considerations. The plan also includes future considerations including enforcement effectiveness, barrier fencing installation, overall effectiveness of the off-leash areas, and general accessibility for these areas being proposed. So a brief background without getting too deep into it. Staff was recently directed on June 16th, 2025 at the council study session to refine previously conceptualized off-leash areas in Purgatory Park. Areas 2 and 3 out of 5 overall areas in the south side of the park were the preferred options, and staff had looked more closely at those 2 options in the park. So an overall look at Purgatory Park, area 2 and 3 is on the south side of the park. They're highlighted in light pink. So concept considerations per the council discussions include that these areas not overlap with natural resources master planning, high quality habitat areas. Those are highlighted in that reddish color. That there be no overlap with wetlands. Those are hatched with sort of a wetland hatched to them. And removal of the previously presented areas 1, 4, and 5, and those were in the center of the park and in the northwest and northeast corner of the park. The total acreage for areas 2 and 3 is 18.8 acres as shown here on this figure. The distance from the Excelsior Boulevard parking lot down to area 3 is approximately 0.55 miles. So, recommended signage approach. So as directed, in the fall of 2025, a phased signage and barrier approach would begin immediately. This approach would include full park signage, including very clear and concise ordinance rules and requirements, off-leash area and trail mapping in the major parking areas and the major trail intersections at all appropriate locations, soft barrier signage identifying limits of the off-leash areas at regular intervals, key informal primary trail intersections, so to be sort of thought out and set in the field appropriate locations. Two terms that reference the figures I'll show in a second here. Temporary soft barriers would be identified via signage while planning and implementation of the fencing takes place, so temporary soft barriers. And then optional soft barriers include locations where, dependent on monitoring and enforcement effectiveness, fencing may be considered in the future or potentially not needed in these locations. So a little bit more specifics about fencing and what it takes to put fencing in a place like this. We want to certainly protect existing soils during the installation. We looked at a variety of fence types. The fencing install feasibility is really dependent quite a bit on topography out there. Purgatory has some beautiful rolling topography, which does complicate fencing a slight bit. We certainly want to minimize the visual clutter of the fencing out there. So overall, in conversations with Three Rivers Park District and other contractors, we have an estimate of approximately $60 per linear foot. This would include post, install, and the entry features, and I'll showcase what that looks like. It does not include any earthwork necessary or tree removals. There are certainly less expensive fencing options available, and we could certainly consider those further. This is sort of the high end of what that cost looks like based on what Three Rivers has seen in terms of pricing for this particular type of fence. So, as mentioned, this is the fence that I've seen at local dog parks. It's essentially a steel fencing attached to cedar posts. It can somewhat disappear to the visual eye in the forest. And as mentioned previously, gateway and entry features ideally would have a minimal amount of working parts to them. So I found some examples of gateways that would sort of allow folks through, but operate as sort of a threshold to the off-leash area, but require ideally the least amount of maintenance in terms of failing hardware, gate hardware, or other steel or other features involved in that gate. So overall design considerations regarding barriers. Throughout this process, we've talked about the difference between hard barriers, which would be fencing and gates with controlled entrances, and soft barriers, which would be considered sight lines, distance to sight lines, accomplished with topography or dense vegetation or just overall distance. So off-leash area 2, this totals out at 10.1 acres. The potential fencing is shown in the green, that thick green line. That comes out to 2,436 linear feet at an approximate cost at that $60 per linear foot. That comes in at $146,000. The dashed purple line on the west side of this area would be the optional soft barrier. This comes out at 1,282 linear feet. To fence this area entirely at that $60 cost per linear foot would cost $223,000. The challenges for this area include significant topographic variation, a lot of rolling hills here. And one thing that's been discussed in the past with the park board and council members was the possible expansion up the Oak Ridge to the northeast of this area too. Area 3, this is in the southeast corner. This totals out at 8.7 acres. The potential fencing along our major primary trail in the park and adjacent properties totals out at 1,906 linear feet at an approximate cost of $114,000. The optional soft barriers along the south side, there is Purgatory Creek through that area and significant topography up to the houses along the south side of the park there. That is 1,497 linear feet. To fence this area entirely at that $60 per linear foot cost would be $204,000 approximately. Challenges here include an awkward existing informal trail network near the creek and closeness to some adjacent residencies to accomplish that fencing, but it's certainly doable. We've met with community safety and the police department. There is currently a report and off-leash dog concern form active on the city website. Signage in the park would include a QR code system, including phone call options, which would be implemented on signage in the park for rapid response and enforcement tracking. And here's a look at what the current page to report an off-leash dog concern looks like. The Minnetonka Police Department and community safety officers will continue to educate residents on site and respond to complaints as they've been doing throughout this process. The police department will compile and present this complaint data and the overall effectiveness of enforcement as requested. This data will be used to inform future recommendations related to barriers and the existing enforcement methods, and whether or not there would be any updates recommended or requested. And previously presented by the police department, but generally public compliance, we certainly understand that some owners may actively resist or ignore the new ordinance and rules. The police department is determined to educate and provide a visible presence on site, and that being crucial to building voluntary compliance on an issue such as this. The overall enforcement strategy would be continued outreach. This would include education, signage in the park, flyers and maps, and in-park engagement with folks when necessary. The information will be disseminated through the city website. We could update the Minnetonka Memo, as we've done in the past, and other city and police social media platforms. The police department has suggested deploying extra patrols, including police staff on e-bikes for increased mobility throughout the park. The long-term enforcement will transition to a complaint-based response model for sustained and targeted enforcement. Stodola Road is a access into the park on the east side. To better understand the current parking conditions in this cul-de-sac, we installed vehicle count devices and recorded vehicle counts coming into the Excelsior Boulevard parking lot as well as Stodola Road. Over that period, we saw approximately 250 vehicles per day into the Excelsior Boulevard entrance, the main parking lot of Purgatory Park, and 50 vehicles per day entered the Stodola Road cul-de-sac. So, in response to resident concern regarding traffic on Stodola Road, staff is recommending no parking being proposed on Stodola Road west of Creek Park Drive, and I'll show a figure in a moment here. This would leave 6 to 8 approximately parking spots remaining in the cul-de-sac. Signage would be there to direct visitors to park at the north parking lot. Other considerations discussed would be an optional small dedicated parking lot in the future. This would come at approximately $150,000 to $200,000 in budget to install this approximate amount of parking spots. And also was discussed was the concept of permit parking to allow folks to park in this area. So here's a look, those two red lines from the bulb of the cul-de-sac, just over Purgatory Creek, east to the corner of Creek Park Drive. This would eliminate backup traffic on the weekends and the busier spots in the park that can park on both sides of the road at times and limit mobility through there. So overall, the recommendation would be a phased approach, including future evaluation of the success. The initial implementation this fall, as soon as possible, would be a full signage implementation park-wide. This would include, again, clear and concise park rules and requirements regarding all the current leash ordinances and off-leash area locations and guidance to get there. This signage system would be developed at and implemented at the off-leash area entrances and all the temporary soft barriers at the appropriate intervals to make sure they're consistently visible. We would implement the existing Dogs in Parks complaint reporting system using the current website and QR codes in the park. This would serve for rapid response for community safety officers in the park and the police department to respond, and this would allow us to track enforcement. We would also plan for accessibility evaluation as future permanent park alterations may be considered. These accessibility evaluations would include, but are certainly not limited to, all the ADA considerations such as parking, fencing and barriers and general access, travel distances, bathroom availability, overall slopes related to ramps and rest areas, and overall material surfacing. Following that initial phase would be a potential future winter, spring 2025-26. This would be planning of discrete entry feature fencing at key locations identified on the off-leash area concepts. These would be located near key entry locations in the primary trails where we'd expect most people to be accessing these off-leash areas. We would also review the Stadola Road parking following implementation of these off-leash areas and determine if future CIP parking improvements should be considered in the future. And then moving into the summer 2026, an assessment of off-leash areas and the reporting system results, what sort of complaints we've been seeing, general understanding of how the site's being used. We would then evaluate operations of the off-leash and leashed areas pertaining to additional fence installation, whether or not that would be necessary based on evaluation and the general use of the site. So overall, the phased iterative approach would include the staff presenting in the future evaluation of the enforcement effectiveness and complaint analysis, impacts on parking with these off-leash areas going into effect, general barrier effectiveness via soft barrier or hard barrier, and additional design considerations including general accessibility to these proposed off-leash areas. Thank you. Questions for me?
All right, Mr. Kumka, thank you very much. And yeah, Council covered a lot. We know that this is not a brand new issue. We've certainly had heard from a lot of people and considered a lot of issues, but this is staff's proposal and recommendation. And what questions does Council have about what we heard tonight? Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the fencing, when you say entry area fencing, the initial phase in winter and spring, what does that exactly mean in terms of the amount of fencing, you know, kind of as a percentage of the overall interior boundary?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wiersum, Councilmember Romali. We would need to understand the distance of fence required to eliminate any unwanted crossing of off-leash dogs through those areas. So we would have a very significant entry feature and then have to run the fence until perhaps it disappeared over some topography, but otherwise would accomplish that barrier in an effective way. So we would have to look really closely at the extents of those fences required for that initial implementation.
And how does that account for informal trails that might be established, which they're already quite frequent?
We would need to make the decision to close off informal trails in some locations. Some locations where the primary trail and an informal trail form an intersection would be selected to be these entry areas. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, in locations, the fence would create dead ends of those informal trails.
Until the new ones are there.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions, Council? Councilmember Wilburn.
Can you talk a little bit about the Stadola Road recommendations? Why the recommendation for the parking in the cul-de-sac area, the 6 to 8, like in response to the petition, where they're wondering how that makes a difference, just having 6 to 8 and then no parking for the rest of the area.
Sure. So throughout the Purgatory Park master planning process, we've seen quite a bit of traffic stack up on Stadola Road. I certainly understand the concern of increased traffic through that area. This felt like an appropriate compromise to hopefully get people used to running out of spots in that location and planning on parking at the main parking lot initially. So just cutting down on overall double stacking of parking along both sides of that street and getting people more accustomed to moving to the northern parking lot, it felt like an appropriate compromise and a place for us to start the discussion.
Councilmember Romali?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on that, so, I mean, it just kind of seems, I can understand some of the concerns of the Stodola residents, because if they're still parking there, they're, still going to seek them, whether or not they'll be able to get them. So that's one concern. So the other concern is that people who have limited mobility, and we've talked about that, and, people who want to have their dogs off leash, and so we've heard quite a bit about that, because access from the interior of the park is quite difficult. There's steep hills in order to reach that, and I understand that. So that's when we had done the walkthrough of the park, I had actually suggested a permitting system, and that seemed to be something that seemed to be possible at that time. We have permitting at Grays Bay Marina and other places throughout the city. And has there been any, considering both of those things, as I've gotten feedback from residents, has there been any thought, or could there be any thought given to providing permit parking only for Minnetonka residents with mobility issues so that they could have access to this area?
Yes, Mayor, where's
Mr. Kunkel?
We did discuss that internally. We would need to get back to you about what systems would need to be set in place, what that format would look like, what staff person would essentially run and enforce that permitting system. So despite internal discussions, we sort of determined that we need to look into it more to figure out what the steps would be needed to create that permit system.
Does staff think it's feasible, though, at this point? It's just kind of figuring out the details, or? Okay.
That's my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Funk, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Romali, and I think as Mr. Kenka has laid out, really this first phase, to summarize it, is really starting with signage. And so the intent is not to really make any drastic changes what staff would say drastic changes to the scenarios. And so the idea is that signage would go up this fall, and then really utilize this fall, this winter, to evaluate what changes could happen, because there'll be patterns of changes. And so I think the idea is to ease the concerns on Stodola Road by putting the no parking in, and that would allow staff to then monitor throughout the winter and throughout the spring what's happening with 50 vehicles a day. Does it increase? Does it decrease? We're speculating it'll decrease, but this way it'll give staff a chance to evaluate it, come back to the council, what we're targeting next spring, and perhaps council, your discretion, whether it's next spring, next summer, next fall, on bringing back an evaluation of what really is happening with some of these changes we're being presented here this evening. So I think to answer your question, Councilmember Romali, permitting is possible. I think staff would recommend that we would, again, evaluate throughout the winter and then come back with a more robust plan once we learn what patterns of change have occurred.
Yeah, thank you for that. My only concern is we have at least a small minority of people, elderly people or people with mobility issues who have dogs and, kind of need to or want to walk them off leash, and, kind of what they're going to do in the meantime. So that was my concern there. I did have one question about the table that you presented in the staff report. Is that possible to put that up? Just pertaining to fencing. Basically, I can kind of go to my questions about that. And first of all, I think what I asked as well was, can you just kind of walk through what a community park is? And just talk about that, how many there are in Minnetonka. We have 5 community parks, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, there are 5 community parks.
And so, how are they differ compared to other parks in Minnetonka? Are they bigger? Is there a difference between community parks and other park types in terms of their mission and their purposes? And, regarding Purgatory in particular, could you just describe what types of functions and activities it serves? That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Certainly, yes. We do have 5 parks listed as community parks, and my understanding, the initial designation of community park was generally the size. But overall, they do characterize different recreational uses. For instance, Big Willow has a diverse set of recreational amenities, ball fields, traditional rec. Purgatory is primarily natural resources focused. It's outdoors. There are no programmed recreation currently at Purgatory. The community park designation, in terms of a planning document, was to sort of stage overall prioritization levels, in that we would consider these to be some of our most important community parks, whereas we'd go down the list and the parks get generally smaller or single use, small corner park with a playground, whereas the 5 community parks end up being the largest in general. Purgatory is distinct in that it does not have any active recreation in it.
So is it fair to say then that our 5 community parks are meant to serve multiple purposes and multiple types of users?
From a park planning perspective, they offer the largest canvases for use overall, and are the largest contingents of land for the most part.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding kind of the fencing or the table here.
Yep.
So it looks like the unfenced or partially fenced parks are Hanover and Woodbury, is that correct?
That is correct, and yes.
Okay, are those in community parks designed for multiple user types like Purgatory, or are they kind of single-use parks dedicated only for off-leash dogs?
I have looked at this. The Woodbury Park is a single-use off-leash dog area. It is surrounded by farm fields for the most part. I've looked at aerials. And the Hanover is a single-use, set aside outside of the residential area of an off-leash dog area. Generally more exurbia, I would say, rather than suburban.
So they're not in built-out communities like Minnetonka that doesn't have developed land. We're not semi-rural like both of those places are, and both of them are in single-use,
Yes,
single-purpose parks.
I would
Thank you.
agree.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Foster Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. When you talked about the gates that are going to go in right away, right? Or I guess I'm...
Signs, is what I
The
heard.
signs are going in right away, and then the gates. What's the timeline on them again? Is it...
It's relatively unlikely for us to be able to install fencing this year.
Okay, got it.
So we would do that planning as directed over the winter and look to get those installed as soon as possible when the frost is out of the ground.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, that's what I meant. So when those go in, because part of this, we're going to talk about all of the fencing, the quotes that you gave us. Does that include, are the gates part of that? And will we, as part of the incremental plan, I'm just thinking that the gates will go in before the rest of the fencing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the way we see this, hard barrier implementation. As directed, we could install portions of it, including the gates, where, the primary trail is very close to these off-leash areas, and then assess in the future whether or not we would need more fencing.
Okay. Okay. And the gates, are they included in the estimate?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, they are.
Thank you.
Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question in regards to the fencing that is proposed for next year, maybe in the fall. We haven't, totally decided. But say, for instance, we decide to do a closed fenced-in area in the different areas that we've mentioned 2 and 3. Do you think that would create a more safer space than a non-closed-in area like traditional dog parks versus, you know, soft barriers and hard barriers, because, you know, I know safety is a really big concern, but also, you know, we've had so many different opinions on all sides, and, you know, I've come to the conclusion of all of this that we can't possibly make everyone happy in this situation here. And so with that being said, I'm thinking about safety issues as well as taxpayers' dollars. And so what would it look like if we did have like a closed-in dog park and like possibly charge fees? Because I know I mentioned this before, and I know it's not listed in our proposal, but I mean, does it rise to the occasion where, you know, people want to pay fees for, you know, having a closed-in area, or do people still want to have, do you think it makes sense to just kind of, because when I think about like a soft barrier and a hard barrier, I still think about dogs being able to run freely and go around the closed area or the soft area, and they're still able to run throughout the park. I don't see it as like a total fixed solution. So what are your thoughts around that? Does that make sense? Or far as it's not really where the dogs can't go out that space, because it doesn't sound like you're closing that space off completely. So I don't know if that makes sense or not, but that's kind of how I envision from what, you know, we toured and you showed it to us. And I do get the point of people with disability. I'll talk about me personally. You know, a lot of folks know that I had knee surgery, and I had a really difficult time, you know, walking those trails myself. So I do get it. But also I know, you know, we've had issues in the park, and people sending emails talked about the dogs, you know, biting babies as well as the fun, you know, like all kinds of things. So it's like, you know,
Please, no interruptions, please.
it's we just can't please everybody. And me personally, I get it and I understand it, but what are your thoughts around that? I mean, what do you think?
Mayor Wearsome, Councilmember Coakley, I mean, that's the big question here when it comes to barriers. A fence is a clean, enforceable, distinct edge. You're either in it or you're out of it. It functions as a physical barrier. Soft barriers, despite me trying to describe vegetation and sight lines, it's permeable. A dog isn't going to read the signs and run through. In that scenario, we are relying on people understanding the rules and following the rules and having general control of their dog. So it's a question of whether or not we can rely on residents to understand these rules that we set in place and understand their dog's needs and behaviors, or do we need to draw a firm, hard barrier? It's really become a complicated issue that I don't necessarily have a very clean design decision for. It becomes more of a policy question at that point. But a fence is nice and distinct. A soft barrier would rely on our residents.
Other questions?
Sorry. I have one more question.
Yep.
So we can always come back and say, as the council, if we put the signs out there and residents are not following their dogs, or not following, because folks don't have control over dogs. And I mean, that's just the truth. I've seen it happen where some dogs are not as under control. I talk about my daughter's dog who had training, lots of training. Sometimes she listens, sometimes she doesn't. And so I understand that dogs are dogs. And so with that being said, if we get to a place where dogs are, you know, not following, and we get a lot of complaints, the council can always come back and make another decision around to create more harder barriers or fenced, closed in spaces if we decide to do the soft barriers or not closed in fencing because it can change.
Mr. Funk, go ahead. and then
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember-
Mayor and Council and Councilmember Coakley, I think going back to, again, how what staff is presenting this evening is not necessarily a decision for the council to make about fencing, no fencing, partial fencing this evening. What we're recommending is a multi-phased approach. Again, the first phase being implementation of the signs. And for logistical purposes, we're not able to install those or get those installed this year. So the earliest the city could install any sort of fencing is next spring. So really phase one is about signage. And then we would, phase two then is more about evaluation. Think of it in that term. So phase one, we would get this, we're recommending signs be installed. Phase two be an evaluation, whereby what Mr. Kumka and staff has suggested that coming back next spring, or at a time that you feel comfortable, council. How much time do you feel comfortable evaluating the effectiveness of this phase one? So phase two would be more about evaluation. So at that point, Mayor and Councilmember Coakley and council would be not installing fencing until we do an evaluation where staff could bring back to you information about complaints, because we're going to be putting up signage this fall that will that allow for complaints and the QR codes that was discussed here by Mr. Kumka a few minutes ago. So we'll be able to better track data in terms of complaints. We'll have anecdotal situations between now and then. You'll have to also determine between now and next spring, you have 2 seasons. So you'll have a fall season, a winter season, and I think we all know that Purgatory Park changes over a 12-month period in terms of its vegetation growth. So it just depends on how much experience you want and how effective the signs will be. Then the phase two is evaluation. It'll be at that point where staff would report back to you, and then you could determine at that time to what extent, if any, fencing would be required, whether it's a minimal fencing or perhaps the entire area. So what staff tried to do tonight is give you a sense of what those potential costs could be, ranging from partial fencing all the way to full fencing. So just keeping that in the back of your mind as you consider your options.
Councilmember Ramali.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Funk. I think what Councilmember Coakley and some other people are getting at is that we understand the phased approach is a little bit open-ended. What are the criteria for evaluation? Before I get into that, though, I would make a note that thank you for including the other optional fencing. I agree that that is at the very high end of fencing. There is welded metal fencing that looks quite nice, requires no digging, and is $5 a linear foot. That doesn't include installation, but it does include, but it's non-professional installation, which means it could be done by interns. It could also be done by our kind of our seasonal help that are from the corrections facilities, things like that. So I think it's important to keep in mind that this is a very high-end estimate for fencing, and there are a lot of other less invasive, less expensive ways, like way less expensive, that I think are on the table that, you know, keep in mind, and I hope my fellow council members will keep in mind. The other thing that I would ask about, you know, fencing is, okay, I know that this is phase one, but we're kind of being asked to approve a multi-phase kind of plan here. And I think what some of, you know, council members that I've been talking to, at least, is, and residents, is what does that mean? Like, you know, is there a number of non-compliance complaints, a number of warnings, a number of incidents and attacks, or the severity of those attacks? What does it take? 1, 2, 3? How bad? You know, people scoffed about a baby being bitten, but that actually did happen this May. A 21-month-old toddler was bit by a dog with an owner from Brooklyn Park, not from Minnetonka. That dog, it took 30 minutes to find that owner. And, you know, if that hadn't been found, then that child would have had to undergo rabies treatments and shots. So fawn, you know, was, a lot of people have seen the video of the baby deer that was killed by a dog, and the owner kind of stood by. Now, granted, that was a deer, and some people think, well, we need to cull deer, but that also could have been a child. So, you know, when we make these decisions, there already have been incidents. And so, you know, when we do this, and, you know, I just ask my fellow council members to consider this, we are rolling the dice if we don't have hard fence barriers. So I guess getting back to the question part of this is, what are we looking at? You know, what does staff have any recommendations on, you know, what happens when the next incident happens? Are we going to say, let's wait until next summer and see how it goes the rest of the time? Is there a threshold that, you know, is recommended that, you know, okay, this is bad enough that warrants, we need to just go forward?
Mayor,
Is that, you know, is that a rhetorical question? I'm not sure there's an answer there, but
I think it's a
you know,
fair question to ask what the criteria are. You know, I don't ask a hard number in most things. I know complaints, but it may be a semi-rhetorical question, but nonetheless one that, you know, if staff has thought about, I would love to you know, kind of understand what the plan is, because we're being asked to evaluate this phased plan. So if you don't have it, that's fine.
I do not have a number of injuries to children in mind that would
Or
change
anybody else.
policy on this, yeah, or anybody else.
Okay, thank you.
all right, Councilor, are there other questions? I have a few, if there are not do we have data on, we have the number of cars that we're seeing at the main parking lot and at the Stodola cul-de-sac. And I think the cul-de-sac was 50 a day, and remind me again what it was in the main parking lot. Was it 250? So 5 times as many. Do we have a sense for time of day when that occurs? Because as I think about, you know, let's set aside the Excelsior Boulevard entrance, but we have a proposal for Stodola Road. And, you know, when we're talking about, you know, 6 or 8 parking spots, essentially, as it currently sits today, you know, that sounds like, well, gee, that's not nearly enough. On the other hand, you know, at what time of day? I'm sure very early in the morning there's 0 cars, and then there's different counts, and then I think the thought is and correct me if I'm wrong, the thought is that as the day goes on, there are going to be times when all the available parking spots are taken in the cul-de-sac, and somebody have to walk up the street if they're going to park there. But ideally, we don't want them to park there. We want them to go to the main entrance. But do we have a sense for kind of peak usage times and how many cars we see in, let's say, the peak hours? So that gives us a better sense of the adequacy. We don't anticipate 50 cars at one time, but we also know that there's probably going to be more than 8 cars at any given time. Do we have any sense for that?
Mayor Wearsome, as anecdotally a neighbor to the park, the Stodola Road is where I jog into the park, so I see it at all times of the day. Having also seen the Excelsior parking lot, it does at times get stuffed to the gills, that there are parking, you know, down towards Excelsior Boulevard on both sides, turn around, get pretty tricky. It tends to be earlier in the morning when folks, I think, are trying to walk their dog in advance of the workday, for instance. And then certainly the weather impacts the amount of visitors, as well as evening visits. So maybe after dinner, you take your dog for a run. But generally during the day, there's lighter traffic, but it's that early morning, pre-dawn even, folks out there, and then the late afternoon. And it does get quite full, but you know, parking lot design is tricky because you don't want to necessarily design it for the maximum amount of cars that you would ever need. So there are going to be moments when it's overflowing.
Right. And then one other thought that I had as I entertained this, and I'm going to ask the question, and you can tell me why it's a bad idea. But you know, we talked about no parking along Stodola Road until that first intersection. If people on that road wanted to have a no parking sign in front of their house, is there any logic to saying if you want a no parking sign in front of your house, you will be able to get that, understanding that's a two-edged sword. I mean, try and have a party at your house when there's a no parking sign in front of it, and that's difficult too. So it's a two-edged sword, but as I try and think of how can we be flexible on some of these things, is that something that makes sense, or is that a bad idea? And I'm fine either way.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I can answer that. Generally for no parking restrictions, entering a work with the police, I think that'd be a difficult situation. Certainly anything's a possibility, but generally we try to set a zone where it's enforceable and very clear. So if we pick and choose, it might get complicated. Citywide too, if we were to offer it here, it seems like it'd be difficult not to offer it somewhere else.
Okay, thank you for that. So the answer is no, that's a bad idea. I get it. I have bad ideas every once in a while, so, or maybe more often than that. Okay, are there, Councilmember Coakley?
I had one more question. I was thinking about this too on Sedola Road. If we, there's proposal of potentially creating parking there. I guess, the 6 to 8 or, 4 parking spots. This is just my thought process. If we did approve to create parking there, and how long do you think it would take for residents to catch up to realize that the parkings are always full? Because people are going to still go there, and I don't really see it deterring people from going down Sedola Road. And right now you said there's 50 vehicles per day. How long do you think it would take that the 50 vehicles per day would just stop at some point? Because folks are going to still continue to go check to see if there's parking available. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I've been in places where you're trying to see, you might even wait till someone leave and see if someone's going to leave, and you're waiting on the side. I can see that just being an issue where folks like, well, I need to get in on this side because maybe they have, a disability or, issue where they need to go in on that side. So
Mayor,
can you see something like that potentially being an issue? Or
Mayor Wearsome, Councilmember Coakley, what we do know through our Purgatory Park survey, through the master planning process, is most of the folks that go to the park are regular users that go once or twice a week. So it would be my expectation that over time people would learn whether or not their preferred time of day is full or not full down on Stodola, and then after a few failed attempts to get down there and it's full, then just change their routine to park on the Excelsior Boulevard parking lot. That's my assumption, that people over time would understand when parking would generally be available and stop wasting their time and having to turn around.
I have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I know Excelsior tends, because I usually go in on Excelsior, that parking space usually is pretty full as well. And so what do you do about the times where both sides are full? Do we have any other options? Are we going to be thinking about creating other options? Because I know we talked about over by the Red Barn at some point. And so I know in one of the letters that was sent, someone talked about another location that we haven't even discussed. So I just feel like if we, go with what's suggested, then it's possible that we would have more time to look at other locations as far as parking, and far as monitoring what's going on and what's happening, and if we are able to do something different, whether it's going to be continue with the plan or if we're going to try something different.
Councilmember Coakley, this would be an opportunity for us to reassess. We are changing the use of the park to some degree by creating this potentially off-leash area. So we would evaluate and monitor parking needs. The Purgatory Park Master Plan did propose the Red Barn area for potential future use, as well as a reevaluation of the entirety of that parking. So this would essentially give us more information to make the appropriate decision on parking needs through that area.
All right, Councilmember Wilburn.
one more parking question. So I'm assuming that like there's been some conversation with police, and there would be increased enforcement, because otherwise, if it's not enforced, then people will just park there in the no parking areas. And I believe you described sometimes in the cul-de-sac, people will double park or park just wherever, and so we don't want that either. So are the police prepared for increased enforcement, at least at the beginning stages, and able to handle that, I guess?
Mayor Wearsome, Councilmember Wilburn, we did discuss that with the police with this proposal, and they do recognize that it would be increased enforcement necessary, at least until folks build that into their routine and understand those requirements in that area. So it would tax their resources.
All right. Are there any other questions for now? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been contemplating different kinds of fencing, and I'm just wondering, when you got the estimate, at what kind was it? I'm just curious, because we didn't know what kind it was, but we had a price.
Mayor Wearsome, Councilmember Calvert. That $60 number came from the fencing that was installed at the Bryant Lake Dog Park through the Three Rivers. So we had contacted Three Rivers.
So wooden posts with hog wire, basically?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, yes. And there are tension wires that need to be installed to keep it upright. There's a frost depth so it doesn't twist. It's panelized, so when a branch comes down, you can cut out a section and reattach it. So general maintenance feasibility to some degree. Easily found materials, that sort of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Kumka. Are there, Council, any other questions? So we've got a few folks in the audience, and we're going to take public comment tonight. But you know, I think for me, I'd appreciate it if we could just put up the staff, the recommendation, because I think we'd like to know exactly what we're talking about and what people are commenting on, because really it is this phased approach with future evaluation. It's not like we're going to be voting on a plan tonight and this is it, and you know, fences here, you know, it's more amorphous, for lack of a better word, than that. And so if we could just be as clear as possible regarding what's the recommendation, so that people who are here to comment know what they're commenting on. If we could just reiterate that, I think that'd be helpful.
Mayor Wearsome, I think the best example of that is our first page in the presentation here. This would be to adopt the initial phase of the implementation plan, which would be a full park-wide signage suite and a complaint reporting system. The signage suite would include those soft barrier locations, and it would also initialize to us begin to plan for future fencing and enforcement updates and general evaluation of effectiveness of this initial phase.
Okay, very good. And that refers to areas 2 and 3.
Correct.
That are discreetly identified. Because I know that there are some opinions, some other opinions as well, but I think that's what the recommendation is right now. I think council members may have different thoughts on different things that they want to share as well, but I wanted to at least provide some clarity so that people who are commenting have the opportunity to comment. And so with that, I'm going to open the, it's not a formal public hearing, but I'm going to ask folks if they have comments on this proposal to come forward, state your name and address, share your thoughts. Ideally, we'd like to keep your comments to 3 to 4 minutes. We don't have a huge group, but I'd like to be somewhat efficient. If you have a spokesperson for a group, that's helpful. and you can identify that you're speaking on behalf of X number of people or a neighborhood or something like that. Then the other thing is, if somebody said something before, you don't need to repeat it. We don't need to hear it twice to get it. But you can say, I just want to reiterate what that individual said. But let's try and make this efficient. We want to hear what people have to say, but we would like to not go too long either. So I want to be respectful and hear what you have to say. We've got a timer that we can use, but if you just work to keep your comments to 3 minutes or so, and it's not going to be like the gong goes and you have to stop. But I'll let you know when your kind of 3 minutes is gone, and then if you could wrap it up in the next minute or so, then we'll keep things moving. The other thing I'm going to ask is that people line up. And what I've learned in these meetings is that so often people say something and then they go sit down. And then nobody comes forward. And you think, okay, we're done. No. Then somebody, just as we're ready to close the public hearing, somebody else comes up. And we waste a lot of time between speakers. So if you line up, and not everybody has to line up at once, but keep an eye on the line. And if you want to speak, make sure you get in line before the last person is done. Because when there's nobody in line, the public hearing ends, and then we'll bring it back to the council. So I want to be respectful of time and be as efficient as possible, but I want to be respectful of you. The one other thing is, some people are going to say things that you like to hear. Don't applaud. Some people are going to say things that you really dislike. Don't boo. It's intimidating to go up to that dais or to the podium. And you know what? We want people to feel free to speak and say what is on their mind without criticism, without evaluation. We're going to listen, we're going to consider it, and we're going to make a decision. So let's not. We don't want people pandering for applause or pandering for this, or let's just be respectful and listen. Let people say what they have to say, and then we will bring it back to the council for consideration. So pardon my long speech, but please come forward and state your name and address. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Fred Wiener, W-E-I-N-E-R, 2425 Old Beach Road in Wayzata, 55391. I've had dogs for a zillion years. I've currently got 2 labs that spend a lot of time at Purgatory Park. I don't know about this baby that was bitten, but I can certainly suggest that this is an off-leash area that people are going into, and if you are setting a small child down in an off-leash area, I don't know that I would ever do that with my children or my grandchildren, and at a certain point it's just parent abuse to do that, and a perfectly fine dog could react badly to an infant, and there's no reason to have them on the ground. There's a lot of dog parks in this area, and I've had a lot of experience at dog parks. I've had no finer experience than the Purgatory Dog Park, and the reason for that is that it's completely unfenced, and 99% of the people that show up at this dog park are good people with good dogs that are trained well enough to have them off leash in a non-fenced area. The minute that you fence this in, you're going to get just the opposite. You're going to get a bunch of people who have uncontrollable dogs, and they come here because they're fenced in and they can let their dog loose and not have them under control. So from my perspective, one of the beauties of this park is the people that you meet and the dogs that you meet, and day in and day out there's never a problem, and I don't know what the frequency is of these incidents that you all reference, but they must be extremely rare. The other comment I would make is that relative to policing these new things that you're talking about doing, there are currently on-leash paths that are sort of around this dog park area, and those are not policed. And whatever you're talking about these people doing for policing, if you just had them out there now on Segways or e-bikes or whatever you think you're going to do to police, if they were out there now, you would have no problems and there would be the sort of control that you need. The idea that you need to fence this thing to accomplish anything, I think, is just completely wrong. The other thing that I would notate is the beauty of the park and the vegetation and the Purgatory Creek marsh area that we walk our dogs all the time. If you go down there now, The vegetation is 6 or 7 feet tall. The vegetation up on the upper walking trail is completely, that's probably 5 feet tall. There's no sign of human paths that you see in the wintertime. They grow back. There's no vegetation damage. There's absolutely no reason to put those out of reach for the dogs. So I guess that my point is, why don't you work on policing what you already have, and then tell me what sort of problems you have if you have the sort of policing or surveillance or whatever you're talking about doing in place. There's really nothing in place at this time. It's all self-policed. I think people in general do a pretty good job of that. But if you think you're going to institute all these things and then police it, just go police what you currently have and then come and tell me you still have problems. You're just not
Thank you,
going
Mr.
to.
Weiner. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Jennings and I live at 4330 Windward Way. I have been exercising my dogs in Purgatory Park for over a decade. I also am disabled and have severe mobility problems. And it is in the context of that and the commitment to the abiding by the terms of the Americans with Disability Act, I have some comments and questions I would like to ask.
Well, you can make your comments. You will not get the questions.
I know.
answered.
I don't expect you to answer
Okay.
anything.
Very good.
So,
Very
okay.
good. Thank you.
No, not at all. The current proposal as it stands would, I presently exclusively use the Excelsior parking lot because I have very easy access as a disabled person to it. And at the north end of the park over the years, I have developed going around trails that I never encounter a hill that I can't manage. But you're right, if you know the trails well enough, you don't have to go up any steep hills. Effectively, if I could no longer park with this proposal at the northern end in the current parking lot, I am totally incapable of walking down a hilly trail and back for approximately over a mile and then doing anything. I couldn't do get there and back at all. I would be forced to use the parking you're proposing on Statola Road, cul-de-sac. And I suspect there are many other people that we put in the same position. So I do not know until you have done this how you could possibly estimate the number of parking spots you will need. I just don't know how you can do it. Because I'm far from the only person that couldn't make that trek. Also, I'd like to add, so 2 more things I'd like to add. I have never been able to access the Southern Ridge. I have no idea what the topography is like up there or whether it even be suitable for me to attempt to walk in. I don't know how you're going to judge that, whether that is possible. I would like to also, on the subject of parking, I would like to read a small paragraph from a document published by the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division on enforcing ADA Part 2 on the subject of equal access to parks and recreation. Some of you may be familiar with this document, I don't know. If a local government decides to modify facilities to provide access to a recreation program or activity that has more than one facility, such as ball fields provided, only some of the access facilities need to be accessible. But federal regulations, when parks and recreation facilities are built or altered, must comply with ADA standards for accessible design. I'm sure you're probably aware of this, which require inclusion as features as accessible parking spaces, restroom facilities, etc. They list what you are required. I believe under the terms of the Act you would have to replicate the facilities you supply in the northern parking lot at the Statola entrance if any person with mobility problems as I do. I don't know if you've considered this. I think you are required under the Act to do that.
Yes. Thank you.
One other on this subject, I sought advice from the Minnesota Disabilities Law Center. I don't know if you're aware of the organization.
We are familiar with, I am familiar with them, but keep going.
Yep. A staff attorney advised me to file a request for accommodation with the city, which I did on last Saturday. Given that, I am urging the city not to move forward with this proposal before you are completely satisfied you are meeting the obligations placed upon you by the ADA.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Ed Wands. I live at 6016 Pinewood Lane.
Ed, give me your last name again.
Wands, W-O-N-S.
Thank you.
I'm a board member of Hosmer Parks. If you would give me a little more time, I'd definitely appreciate that. Councilmember Coakley, I can help answer your question. As the board member, we actually, one of the things that we were very frustrated about is that there was no dog behavioral consultant in all of this process. There were no dog behavioral consultants looking at what makes a safe off-leash area. So let me talk about that. What makes a safe off-leash area are confined pathways where there is continuous movement. And what happens is the dogs go along that pathway, they're directed by smell, it is calming to them. Okay, as the previous speaker mentioned, when you have these fenced-in areas, the dynamic of how dogs behave changes. And especially when you're concentrating them in a small group like this. The whole dynamic of it, that is actually what makes a dog park dangerous. So this is what you have here is actually probably the safest thing, is having these continuous pathways. So as I'm looking at what you're proposing, it doesn't meet that criteria. Am I making myself? So doing fencing, what you're saying is that actually does not help. Okay, so hopefully that answers your question. So I'd like to go back to actually the ordinance. You had 3 objectives: public safety, reducing the city's liability, and making off-leash enforceable. Of those 3, you only accomplished 1. When you changed from a 6-foot leash to allowing retractable leashes, what happened is that made things much more dangerous. And let me talk about, I've had a personal experience with this 15 years ago. These things are dangerous. You don't have to listen to my anecdotal response. I'm going to quote from an article, Retractable Leashes, How They Work and Why They're Risky, written by Shosha Parks, PhD, certified personal dog trainer, Joan Myers, certified behavioral consultant, canine, certified personal dog trainer, Renee Roas, Master of Science, Animal Welfare, Ethics, Law, and Behavior. And the content was reviewed by Jenny Aldridge, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. Behind this, here are the forces that are involved. The 50 dog taking off at a run on a retractable leash can generate a force of 620 pounds by the time you click that thing or they hit the end of the leash. For an 80-pound dog, it goes to 996. And even with a 30-pound dog, it's 373. So it's a lot. There's a lot of force going on there with these retractable leashes. What does happen is finger and hand injuries. People have lost fingers due to retractable leashes. The handle is jerked out of the handler, causing the dog to bolt. Locks can and do malfunction if they get stuck at the wrong time. You are putting your dog and somebody else at serious risk of injury.
Mr. Wands, I'm going to just, focus. I mean, you're actually over time now, and this is interesting, but it's really not relevant to what we're...
Yes, it is.
Okay,
yes,
well...
it is, because
I'm not going to argue with you.
You're making the argument, are retractable leashes ever safe? And the answer is no.
Well, we're not talking about retractable leashes, but
yes,
and I agree with you. Okay, but you're up to time. Please wrap it up quickly.
You know, you made this decision. You didn't make when you did this, you didn't actually make, you said, it's not a hill to die on. These things aren't safe. One of the things, so I'm just going to go, one of the things, the true value of Purgatory Park, in my mind, the true gem is it builds community. And it's dogs that foster this. So I would argue that this community building process is far more important than the plants in the park, which you're prioritizing. The scales are like this. Despite from hearing residents time after time that this is really important, it is very disheartening to never hear any one of you say that this is important. The city has been spending $2 million for the last 4 years and 2.5 on the restoration of the park. The scales are heavily red.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Watts. Would you, we're going to go to the next speaker now. Thank you.
One more thing. What's going to happen is when you start enforcing this, you're not going to have people coming to this park. You have 100 people a day coming, roaming this park.
Thank you.
If all of a sudden that happens, there are areas of this park where you can yell and scream and nobody can hear you. You should keep that in mind. You're
Thank you.
probably not going to have to worry about parking.
Thank you. Good evening. Welcome.
Kurt Henry, 1901 Vernon Avenue South, Minnetonka, Minnesota 55305. I'm here. I'm not really going to make any deal, but I'll make some suggestions. You talk about parking at Sedona. You know, we really need that for handicapped. Why don't the city convert that to all handicap parking? Granted, we'll go from 8 to 6, probably down to 4 to 5, making it ADA compliant. But it would save a lot because you're talking about using the parking lot on Excelsior Boulevard. We have a number of people that I walk with. I'm at Purgatory Park well, my dog's there every day. I'm there almost every day. That do not have the ability to walk 1 mile round trip. They got MS, they got hip problems, they got knee problems, polio, all kinds of horrible problems. And by making these people walk 1 mile round trip, they won't be able to use the park. My other then is the walking the 1 mile. The city does a very poor job of maintaining the trails in the winter. They are covered with ice. You could skate on them. Many times in the past 30 years, I have gone to the hardware store and bought a bag of gravel and sanded the paths, especially the area around the restroom on Excelsior, going up that slight incline towards the restroom. It's a sheet of ice. You can't walk it. And I wear grips, and I've fallen down many times. But the Purgatory Park, though, is a treasure the way it is. I'm going to hate to see it go. I am, reading between the lines and reading your faces, I can tell one thing for sure. This has already been pre-decided. You know what you're going to vote, and what I'm saying really doesn't make a whole lot of difference. But back to the ice still. In a former life, my job, I was facilities manager at Hennepin County Medical Center. One of my biggest problems were sidewalks, keeping them clear. I had to keep documentation for 5 years on when the sidewalks were plowed, shoveled, and sanded, because every plaid suit lawyer was lined up to find a person who fell and hurt themselves to sue us. And most of the time we just paid because it was cheaper than going to court. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. I won't speak for any of the other council members, but I can promise you that I have not made up any decision so far. So
Thank you very much.
But thank you for your comment. Good evening.
Good evening. Chase Halverson. I'm in the Saddlewood neighborhood. Just my first thing, the gentleman that spoke first, I like his idea of policing what's there now. That seems like a low cost thing to just try out at first before any money spent on signage or fencing. But at that, so if a decision is made, we spend $500,000 on fencing and we realize traffic is down at Purgatory Park, is there a way to walk this back? Like, say you made a mistake, 30% less people are going to Purgatory. Because I go there twice a day And especially in January and February, there's times I go out there, I'm one of the pre-dawn folks, I go there at like 5:45, but I don't see a soul. There's not another car in the parking lot. So I think there's a lot of people that use the park just for their dogs, whereas, you know, there's fair weather people that aren't going to use it as often. So I just want to make sure that if there's a mistake and we realize there's a mistake, that we have the gall to walk it back and say, like, yeah, we screwed up. Let's change this.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Nice to see a few of you, few familiar faces. I'm Chris Kapishki, 4528 Saddlewood Drive. I first of all just want to thank council members and mayor and for walking the Purgatory Park with us. I think it's a very different experience to see a map on a screen versus coming and walking with us. And Councilmember Foster Bolton, thank you for coming with us. I know how you feel about dogs, so thank you for that. But I think in terms of what you're voting on today, I think signage is something that we from Paws for Parks has been talking about for a very long time. Like, it's up for interpretation. I think that could really help us. The biggest thing that I have in question right now in terms of the plan that's been proposed is Area 1, not being included in that off-leash area. I know ADA has been brought up. There's been a number of things. I have older dogs now. I have senior dogs, which hurts my heart a little bit. But sometimes I can only go a little short distance. They don't want to do the hills. And even if there is parking in the back, any way you get to Area 2 or 3, you have to go up a hill. So I just would hope you would take into consideration off-leash areas in Area 1, because I think that's going to be really important for a number of people in the community. And then just as you think about the evaluation and you're looking over things over time, I too am an early morning person. I walk the park every day, unless I'm out of town. But I think it's really important to take a look at what the seasons, how they change. So in the summer, there's more people. In the spring, there's a lot more people. We may get more people in the fall as the bugs die down. I hope you didn't get bit by the bugs in the back. But I think it's really interesting because the different seasons, there's a lot of different activity and usage. And that can really change. So I don't know if you can get all of the facts that you need just going from fall to winter into the spring. So just take that into consideration, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, welcome.
Hey, good evening, Council and Mayor. Greg Johnson, 18810 Kingswood Terrace. Just a quick couple points. The idea that people would go down to Stodola, find a few parking spaces blocked off and go all the way back to the other entrance and then park there and then walk another quarter of a mile up. No, they're going to be parking all the way out to Scenic Heights Road, because that whole length of that road is going to be blocked wall to wall on both sides. So better plan on putting up no parking signs the entire length of that thing, because residents are going to be furious when they see the amount of cars. I know I will be, because that even if I was parking at Scenic Heights, it would still be a shorter walk than parking on the Excelsior, so your residents there are going to be furious. So what I'm worried about is not only are we going to have residents pitted against each other in the main part of the park where they're, this complaint-based enforcement, people are going to be ratting each other out and calling the police. Feel sorry for the police. You're going to have people on Stodola. People come out in their front yard and telling you not to park there. So I'm really worried about what's going on here. I think this had a lot of opportunity for a great solution. I think the areas in the woods are beautiful walking places. I love walking there with my dogs. It's not easy to get to for a lot of residents. The opportunity I think missed is if there would have been just one single track corridor from Excelsior into the woods that Paws for Parks had made a recommendation. It could be through low value areas. Doesn't have to be in any part of the high value prairie. One single track corridor, getting them into the woods where they could be off leash. We'd avoid the problems on Stodola. You'd probably have a lot of happy campers in the dog world. So just want to keep that as an opportunity, and hopefully you guys will reconsider that maybe not all of Area 1 would be completely off, because I think you're going to find that a lot of people will still want to use it that way. And I would hate for your officers and law enforcement to be spending so much of their time catching people out there that don't have leashes on. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening, welcome.
Hi, I'm Dave Ingerham. I live at 15745 Elliott Lane in Minnetonka. I've been a resident of Minnetonka for 48 years. My wife and I have been experiencing purgatory with our dogs for over 30 years. In addition, I've served on the park board for 5+ years, so my comments are based a lot on the input we've gotten there too, although tonight I'm just speaking as an interested resident. I want to thank you for serving on the city council. It's a tough, demanding job. I have a lot of respect for the time, dedication, and work it takes you to do your jobs. I appreciate the time and effort you spend on the off-leash issue at Purgatory Park. You work hard to get things right. On this issue, I feel you're getting closer, but you're still not there. I sent you all emails with my thoughts, and I appreciate your responses. I referenced the dogs have been present throughout the successful restoration efforts and the lack of critical safety incidents within the off-leash areas. And I'm going to go off my prepared script for just a second because some of the comments tonight concern me. We focus a lot on being data-driven, using facts. I would ask you to tell me what significant incidents have occurred in areas 1, 2, or 3 with people and dogs in the last 10 years. Okay, I know I'm very aware of 3 or 4 or 5 that have occurred on the primary paths, but I am not aware of any incidents that have occurred in those other areas. 20 years ago, I stood up here and spoke on behalf of off-leash dog access. And at that time, there was concern on safety. And again, much like this time, all the incidents were based on events that happened in the primary paths. As it was referenced earlier, if you're concerned about safety, what has happened to enforcement on the primary paths? Because frankly, in the last 20 years, there's been less. We used to have community service officers driving through, giving out $100 tickets or something. That doesn't happen anymore. My focus tonight really is on the comments about the absence of off-leash dogs in Area 1, as several others have referenced. For decades, people have used that area to walk their dogs off-leash, building lasting memories and many friendships. Area 1 is critical as a path to get to areas 2 and 3. More importantly, I hate to, we're not supposed to replay, but I will. There's a segment of park users who have mobility, age, or health issues, or time constraints, where the main dog path to Area 1 is sufficient. They enjoy taking their dog down the path and back, and that's all they really need, and they're very happy about that. Early in this effort, the council was looking for compromise to deal with the off-leash issues. I'm not a member of the Paws for Park, but appreciate the solution they offered to Area 1. A proposal that protected the prairie and improved the safety and conflict potential from the Eastern Primary Trail, which has historically been the largest area of contention, particularly when the prairie's flat, I'll call it. I strongly urge you to reconsider your position on Area 1. In the May 19th study session, you did not dismiss Area 1. Other than consideration be taken to protect the prairie areas. There was no, we're going to take it off the table. In the June 19th special study session, you focused exclusively, virtually on areas 2 and 3, which was a good discussion. But in the process, Area 1 was really not addressed. Given the proposal from the Paws for Parks group, it seems that some discussion or explanation is warranted. The proposal presented by staff tonight reflects your June 19th meeting, but the proposal is asking hundreds of people to give up significant experience they've shared with their dogs and the sense of community they've created over many, many years. So I sincerely hope you'll reconsider your approach and maintain off-leash access in Area 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingraham. Good evening.
Good evening. Denny Harpestead. I live at 14606 Carroll Drive, Minnetonka 55345. Sorry, got to double down. The first gentleman, he said, I think 100% what he said. I go to the park. I was there today. I didn't, if I saw one walker without a dog, was heading to the cul-de-sac. If they had a dog, they were breaking the rules because I didn't see the dog. Which means same thing. No one enforce where the dogs are not supposed to be. In 20 years going there, I've seen one police officer there. Chatted with him. My dog and I walked all the way back to the main parking lot, chatting from the bridge on. just a nice conversation. My main concern was those that break the rules not picking up after their dogs. But let alone, I went from the main parking lot, I hit zone 1, zone 2, zone 3 in approximately an hour. I think I'm the same age as the mayor. I count myself lucky I'm healthy and can walk that. But I think the idea of zone 1 being taken off the table because of the habitat, as others mentioned, I pheasant hunt a lot. In the spring, that grass is nothing. It's 4 feet tall today. That's just the nature of the seasons. So you take away zone 1 for the dogs, you can take it away from people walking there too, because I've seen people having picnics there in the spring. You're going to take that away from the people having a picnic? Anyway, same thing. I think too many dogs in one condensed area creates more of an issue. I had this 20-some years ago, different dog park. About 15 dogs in one area. Now, granted, I sensed the tension of the dogs. I called my dog. We went down one path. 2 other people sensed it too, went different directions. And this was a small park. By the time I got back to that area 10 minutes later, there was nobody there. But I told this story yesterday. There was a gentleman running in zone, I guess it was zone 3. And I called my dog off to the side. I'm like, get out of the way. Let the guy run by. Now, granted, my dog's 3.5 years old. A 1-year-old dog maybe would not have responded to me and moved. But we got other runners away. He's enjoying zone 3 without a dog. I've seen so many people without dogs in these zones, and we've had so many nice conversations. They're just, oh, what's your dog? What's his name? I'll sit there and talk to him for 10 minutes. So anyway, I think we don't really need the fence. But so hopefully you can be on board with that.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Harkstad. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, Jonathan Kent, 14513 Moonlight Hill Road. 2 quick, one observation and then a little bit of remarks that I took note on. In hearing a variety of comments, and admittedly this is something I'm newer to studying, so really just trying to be in a mode of listening. One thing, if the council and perhaps staff isn't already considering this, or really this forum is a version of it, but seeing as this is a hot topic to say the least, and I say this not just for those in this room, but there's probably just about every person who lives in Minnetonka has some kind of opinion on this matter. And in the spirit of that, maybe there needs to be even more done to hear directly from community members. And might I suggest, if this is not already in the works, having dedicated listening sessions to this topic, and see who shows. If you do one and there's not many other folks, then you've kind of done your part. But I have a feeling that, and maybe there is a risk of continuing to hear the same comments, but if nothing else, not taking any sides at all, but if there is a concern over having this already pre-decided, having even going out of your way to having as transparent and as inclusive and participatory as a process as possible, and having some kind of forum dedicated to this. I mean, you look at the MPCA, I try to follow environmental matters. They often, and I have mixed feelings about that organization or that regulator, but one thing to their credit, having, when they're doing rulemaking, hearing from community members. So I think just having even more of that would be good. Second point, briefly bring up, because I haven't heard anyone else speak to this and it concerns me, is with all due respect to public safety officers with police, and I think they have very tough jobs, I find it interesting that sort of the default solution to policing this or monitoring the enforcement is the police. I think it makes a lot of sense in the sense that they are law enforcement. Then I do wonder, who maybe could, from both a cost and for other reasons that I can try to briefly go into, who else could fill that responsibility, including volunteers. I just think it's something that's worth considering. I personally would be willing to go spend some time, and maybe that's just me, but I'll throw that out there. And I might I add, in the name of, I'm saying this rooted in principles of anti-racism, subject for another time. A lot of what we're hearing tonight is understandably coming from people who live here, and that's wonderful. And then what I'm not hearing as much of, and maybe for time constraints or what have you, maybe it's just not something enough people are thinking about perhaps, is for those who are visiting here for maybe their only time, or maybe they're repeat visitors, or they're on vacation or wherever, or where they're coming from, Minneapolis or other cities or what have you. How might they feel about increased police presence? Because the reality is, and I'll wrap it up, I know I'm on time, is in many communities that don't look a whole lot like ours, increased police is a triggering thing. Maybe police don't like hearing that. That's just a fact. And so I hope that, and not just on this matter, but really in all instances, trying to reimagine having conversations in which the default mode is not how do we approach this by calling on law enforcement. And again, I respect them. I think they have hard jobs. And I think there's other ways to go about this that might be more inclusive and frankly, save the city some money. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Craig Alciati. I'm in Ferris Lane in Glen Lake. So I guess I understand your desire to try and wrap up this problem because it's highly conflictual and emotional. What I don't understand is why it's highly conflictual and emotional. Dog lovers love nature too. That's why we go out there, because we love this open space. And the people that want to protect the park, they feel the same way. So why are we fighting over the same place? Why aren't we working together to, to make it better so that we can all use it in a good way? I think that's something, I don't know how it got this way. It's unfortunate, and it would be great if we could turn that around. Having more signage so people understand what to do, super. That's what we need. That's what we've been asking for a long time. Creating some sort of criminality, I don't know if that's going to reduce the conflict. Rapid response with data that says, was there a problem? Was there somebody who's just pissed off about a dog that's off leash? Or is the dog causing trouble? Or has there been a bite? I mean, if we had more data so we actually knew what was happening and really find out, is it just one or two dogs, or just identify the problem dogs? Most owners and dogs, they want to get along, like Rodney King said. Now I'm aging myself maybe, but I just think that we're trying to put out a tiny fire with a huge fire hose, and it's just going to blow up, sparks and embers everywhere, and it's going to be a bigger fire. And it just seems like we could do this a lot cheaper and without stomping on the rights and the joy of so many citizens. So I hope you'll consider, collecting more data, putting up more signs. That's great. Increasing enforcement and causing more conflict is probably not going to be the best thing. One other thing I'll just mention. One guy I bumped into in the park the other day, he said, where he was from in New York, they have times. And they'll say okay, from 10 o'clock in the morning, from sunrise to 10 o'clock in the morning, it's off-leash time. And then in the afternoon, it's not. And then in the evening again. So I don't think we ever looked at the different ways of sharing the space instead of just putting up fences and putting up more criminality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alciati, excuse me. I think I got it pretty close. All right, are we done? Are we okay? We've got somebody else coming up. Welcome. Your name and address, please.
Owen Weymouth, 16816 Scenic Lane North. I bought my house in September, right by the park, and the reason that I bought my house was for this gem, Purgatory Park. We just got a puppy, and I mean, in the UK where I'm from, we don't have such strict off-leash laws anyway, so it was kind of a shock to me that this one came through. I use the park every single day without fail when I'm home, which is like 300 days a year. And everybody that I see that uses the park, as in your locals, your regulars, are off-leash dog walkers and joggers and cyclists, and we kind of stick to the off-leash areas. They kind of stick to the path. That's your like daily users, and I feel like the majority of your super regular users are off-leash dog owners, and I think it's like if you're an owner of a bar and your regulars that come in every single day, they like lager, but these people that come in once a month or once a week, they like IPAs. It's like you're changing everything for those people. So I don't know, we had hundreds of people on the petition, and I'm not sure, maybe I'm completely wrong. You guys might have had hundreds and hundreds of emails from people around the community saying, we don't want this. But that's just my stance on it. And I was looking up statistics. About 1 in 25 Americans are cripplingly afraid of dogs, and about 1 in 8 are somewhat afraid of dogs. So pretty much everybody that I see with my golden retriever, we just stop and say hi if they don't have a dog. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name's Amy Cho. I live at 5809 High Park Drive. So I'm just speaking tonight to encourage you to adopt the resolution for no parking off of Stodola if you go forward with this dog park. I live in that neighborhood. I moved from Edina to live in that neighborhood. We have 4 young children, and I wanted them to be safer walking to their friend's house, cycling outside of our house, and going to the park. I'm also an emergency physician. I've been an emergency physician for 17 years now. And, you know, popular party game is, oh, what's the most interesting thing you've seen in the ER? And I can tell you that you don't want to hear about what the most, I guess, interesting or, you know, most horrible thing I've seen in the ER is, because it's telling parents that they're, you know, I couldn't fix their child, I couldn't put them back together, or telling a husband or a wife that, you know, their kids don't have a parent anymore because of an accident that happened in a blink of an eye. And so, you know, there's a large body of evidence that shows that separating pedestrian and vehicular traffic, separating cyclists and pedestrians from cars, increases safety for everybody significantly. That's why cities across Europe, across the US, make dedicated bicycle lanes, dedicated pedestrian thoroughfares. And it also increases foot traffic, it increases cycling traffic, because there's newfound safety. And so I guess I just really encourage you to take that into consideration. It's, you know, obviously as a resident of the neighborhood, I don't want more traffic through my neighborhood going to that entrance. There's already a fair amount of traffic on that street, to the point where when we built a new house, we moved our driveway so that it would not be on that street. But you know, you guys have the power to make it more safe for people. And if you're going to put an attraction in that park that attracts people who are going to be driving and increase vehicular traffic, I would urge you to separate that traffic and make sure that the Stodola entrance is not a preferred or even an acceptable entrance, and protect the people in the surrounding neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to call an end to the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion. And staff recommendation is before us. Appreciate all the comments from everyone, and so I'll bring it back. Council, any comments? I'm sure there will be some. Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, one of the most discouraging things to hear is to hear people say we've already made up our minds, or that we're not listening. We as a council, I'll speak for myself, but I know this to be true about my colleagues, take this very seriously and really care what people have to say about it. And sometimes when we make decisions that are different than what somebody who's sitting in the audience looking at us, it's the hardest thing we do. I don't really sleep on Monday nights. I don't know about the rest of my colleagues. you know, I have a full-time job and I get up and go to work on Tuesday morning and just do the best I can. That's because we really care. And so I want to assure you that that's the case. I've walked with PAWS, I've walked with staff, I've walked by myself, I've walked with my husband, I've walked with my dog. I live on the complete opposite side of town, but I make a point to immerse myself into the park to make an educated decision about what happens in the park. So I feel tremendous amount of responsibility for it, and I know you do too. And I respect that you're here, and many of you have been here. Probably 8 meetings combined with park board conversations and the work group meetings. So I really appreciate that. What I've heard over the past year plus is that there are really 2 desired uses for dogs. There's social for owners, and less rigorous physical activity for the owners for whatever reason, whether that be time, physical limitations, just having a slow day. And then the desire, and you know, to the credit of the Paws for Parks people, you know, the ones that I've walked with really were pressing the need for continuous walking opportunities for the dogs, and were less vocal about kind of that social component and that fetching component. So, but we need both, right? We need the ability for people to have long walks with their dogs where they can sniff. I think in large part, this proposal does accomplish that for the people who really want to get some miles in. I recognize it doesn't for the social piece and for the, you know, for the less rigorous involvement. I think we need to look at that, and we need to look at that in fairly short order, whether that's on the house site at the, you know, we're at the Red Barn site. That's an open area that's not ecologically sensitive. Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. So I think we're putting a lot of pressure on this park and this part of the park, trying to make it everything for every dog walker, every dog owner. I think we can solve those pretty easily, and I think we have an opportunity. So this is a huge change for the community, and I think it's our right for it to be incremental. I think people need to get used to it. We can't get a fence up before the weather changes. We know that. I think there may need to be some fencing on, if we're looking at areas 2 and 3, because the border, the northern-ish border of those areas are very close to the formal trail. So I don't see how we could avoid ultimately fencing there. But maybe we do this for 6, 9 months, a year, and we decide this isn't working, this isn't the spot for it. I want to be a council member that hears that and says, hey, do we have different opportunity here? So with this incremental change, I think we can keep our minds open, and whether that's fencing, partially fencing, or full fencing, if we decide we need that, making that decision somewhere near a year from now, finding a place where people, whether it's in Purgatory Park, whether it's elsewhere in the city, whether it's both, where people can do the other activities with their dog that we're hearing that they really want to be able to do. To me, 18 acres isn't necessarily where we're going to stop. I see maybe something close to, 30, somewhere, 25 to 40 acres across the city where we can have different type of uses for people who have different needs. Plus, we're all the way on the southwestern side. There needs to be something probably on the northeastern side of town. We've got some opportunities for that. So I think I support this as an incremental step forward, knowing that this conversation is long from over. And we want to make sure whatever we do works for dog owners, works for people who want to use the park in different ways, and works for the different, one of the things that has been a challenge for me, every person that I've talked to pretty consistently has a different idea on what would be best. And whether that is people who are have dogs, or the people who are worried about dogs, or the people who are more worried about the environmental aspects. I don't know if I've talked to two people who have the same total priorities, so I think that's reflected on this council, and I also think that's probably why we've had so this has been such a difficult, long process, is because we see it so differently as a council as well.
Thank you, Councilor Shack. Other comments from council members? Councilmember Romali.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Shack. This has been a long and challenging process that has brought us to the proposal that's here tonight. I kind of want to try to keep it short, but say a few things kind of to bring things into context in terms of the comments that we've heard tonight. But first of all, want to talk about my priorities and goals in considering this off-leash dog area. And I think, some of my fellow council members will agree. I think public safety has been a high priority for all of us, especially in light of recent incidents, the dog attack on the toddler, other past incidents. For those who are either watching in the audience or haven't heard this before, a senior citizen fairly recently was knocked off a bike and shattered, I think either it was his knee or hip, and still hasn't recovered. I think we've all seen, many of us have seen the video of the baby deer that I mentioned earlier. So public safety is one thing, ecological conservation is another. For people who haven't been in attendance, I think Purgatory holds, Matt, you can maybe correct me, 25% of all of the high quality natural area and habitat in Minnetonka. Is that correct, Matt? Thank you. So 7 acres out of about 28 in the entire city. It is designated as a nature preserve as well as a community park, and much research, and I've provided a lot of it, has shown that off-leash dog areas are not compatible with conservation and restoration areas. And then another thing that I've been looking at is public access. A community park is by definition a multi-purpose park. Its purpose is to be accessible to the broad community. And so in addition to the off-leash dog area owners that we've heard today, it also includes, as Councilmember Shack said, the off-leash dog owners who have mobility issues or only want it for socialization for themselves or a place to, kind of throw the ball, and they need enclosed spaces for that. It includes the general public that does not want to interact with off-leash dogs, whether it's because of trauma or fears for their small children or their bike riders or their runners or whatever. Our benchmark should not be, well, my dog doesn't bite. Because there are people who just do not want to, and they should not have to be in proximity to off-leash dogs in a community park. There are, again, dog owners, on-leash dog owners who have dogs that are flight risk or they're reactive. So they can't be around dogs that just come up to them. Even if they don't bite, they're reactive. They can't do that. And, then it also, so I'm considering all of those people because it's not just the off-leash dog owners or, others. Everybody has to be able to use that park safely. And then, of course, we have to consider the neighbors who live near the park. So those are my considerations, and for people who say they've been here for 40 or 50 years, I live in my childhood home here in Minnetonka, and my family's been here for 5 generations, so I'm not just coming here and, kind of as an outsider trying to impose my will here. I would like to briefly revisit a couple of 2 key decision points leading up to the current proposal, because I think it helps people who haven't been immersed in this process maybe understand. And again, I promise to try to be succinct on this part as well. The first decision point concerns how Purgatory was chosen as the site for the off-leash dog area, just for those, because there's been a lot of, talk about Purgatory and the site within Purgatory. So the city formed a citizens working group this past winter to study potential dog parks. And again, this is just for background to inform tonight's discussion, but I will say the group ranks several other parks as more suitable locations for an off-leash dog area. In addition, other council members and I did advocate for a designated single-use off-leash dog park, not in Purgatory, but in a place where off-leash dogs and their humans could have the entire park to themselves, just like the two that we saw that were single designated use off-leash dog parks that were in Woodbury and Hanover. So, you know, we have such places in Minnetonka. There's Mooney Park near Cargill. I'm sure within the other 50 parks in Minnetonka, there might be somewhere. But regardless, you know, there wasn't traction for those suggestions, and instead Purgatory became the focus, and for two reasons, from what I understand. Is first, because Purgatory was the park that was being master planned at the moment that we were talking about. And the second reason, as we've heard tonight, is that we've had a vocal resident group that has pushed hard for the off-leash dog area to be in Purgatory, and I am not criticizing that. It is totally their right to advocate for their desired outcome, and I really commend their engagement and organization. That's what, you know, we want in our community members. But so it was staff and council's role to determine how to respond to that, and we responded by going with Purgatory. So to my view, it's unfortunate that we didn't move in a more holistic review of the park system for the most appropriate location for an off-leash dog area, and that's just me. So that's that part. That's how we got to Purgatory. And then the second part of this whole decision point issue was the selection of the southern part of the park for the off-leash dog area. So anybody who's actually spent the hours that most of us up here on the dais have looking at the Purgatory Park Master Plan saw that it included several areas in the northern part of Purgatory, off or near the main parking lot, because those were the areas that were nearest the main parking lot, and also that because they were lower in ecological value. So for those two reasons, two other council members and I both pretty strongly advocated for that general northern area of the park to be the off-leash dog area. However, again, the Pause for Park group and others lobbied for it to be placed on the opposite southern end of the park, which is far away from the parking lot. And again, not criticizing them, that was, you know, their choice to be advocates and their right. The group leaders, there was mention about the time frame in between the May or the April study session and, you know, what we came up with another study session. That was because, at least to my mind, the group leaders, when I went on a walk, basically said with Pause for Parks that they had spoken with their members and agreed that they would give up the prairie as an off-leash dog area if the southern part of Purgatory was set aside as the off-leash dog area. And I think Councilmember Shack also alluded to that. So in response, the majority of the council moved to go forward with the southern part of the park as our off-leash dog areas. After that part moved forward, that group and other individual residents then demanded a partially fenced access corridor through the prairie up to areas 2 and 3 in the southern part of the park. And they said that because because mobility issues make it challenging to get up the hills required to access the southern part of the park, which they do, so I understand that. However, that was not the basis upon which council agreed to designate the southern part of the park as the off-leash dog area. At least it wasn't for me. And so doing that corridor would effectively reserve 40% of the prairie area, according to the plan that was in place, for off-leash dog areas in addition to areas 2 and 3. So again, I'm not criticizing Pause for Parks or, you know, the residents who did that.
We're not having a debate.
I'm
It's the
saying, I'm
council's-
giving my perspective. You've had,
Excuse, and if she wants to say something that may or may not be incorrect, everyone had the opportunity in the audience to speak. Now it's the council's time. This is not a debate. Let's let everyone speak.
I can speak to what I was told by the people who took me on a tour from the Pause for Park group. So again, I'm not criticizing that. I'm just saying, this is my perception. This is what was told to me. These were my considerations. So in addition to all of that, we have the residents on Stadola Road that are concerned about increased traffic and speeds from off-leash dog areas, parking in their emergency turnaround rather in the main parking lot. And the proposal that would make Purgatory the only unfenced off-leash dog area in the West Metro makes that a legitimate concern. It's also going to cost taxpayers more because the city just spent over $100,000 restoring and conserving areas 2 and 3, portions of areas 2 and 3. And that's going to be very likely be ruined by an off-leash dog area, and other jurisdictions like Burnsville that have off-leash dog areas don't even bother to conserve them anymore because it's just throwing good money after bad. So finally, we also have a regional trail that cuts through the middle of this area. So now that's how we've gotten to areas 2 and 3 and kind of answering about what's happening with 1. And that brings us to fencing. I don't think it's a secret that I and a couple of other people believe that a multi-purpose community park and a nature preserve like Purgatory is not a suitable location for an unfenced off-leash dog area. I've already studied and provided a lot of data and research and examples demonstrating why no other city, regional, state, or national parks have unfenced dog areas and multi-purpose parks with conservation areas, and so I'm not going to repeat that there. Except to say that unfenced off-leash dog areas in these types of parks pretty much goes against what all other jurisdictions are doing, and that includes, you know, municipal parks, regional parks, state parks, and national parks. None of them have off-leash dog areas that are unfenced, and that's because it's contrary to best practices in public safety, park planning, and ecological conservation goals. So in my view, adoption of this plan, if it's a long-term plan, and I understand that we may look at phases for this, but not even having, you know, a plan for full fencing on the table, I think makes us an outlier in a bad way. But I don't think there's any appetite to go backwards and change the location, and which to me would make the most sense. But so otherwise, the best way forward at this point, in my view, is to make sure we have firm parameters and criteria and a sense of timeline for fencing in place. I would prefer, from my point of view, not to wait until another child gets bitten or worse. We have an emergency physician who is in the audience tonight. I'm sure she could probably tell us about some of the kind of horrendous dog bites that she's seen in her emergency room. I got a letter from another resident who is an emergency physician and described that in some detail. I would like to see permits set up for Minnetonka residents for mobility issues. I know that's not gonna, you know, kind of, hopefully we will have something else in the future, but at least in the short term, maybe that would help. There is a small area off of Stadola Road that is, you know, flatter, and that could be, you know, a place to kind of go, and people who need it could have a place where they could go and let their dogs go while we figure out future plans. If that's possible, I would advocate for that. I also, you know, hope that eventually, if not immediately, we look at licensing to help with public safety and wear and tear, you know, kind of a cost benefit to the city to help maintain as much as we can the off-leash area and for maintenance. And so I'm going to wait to hear what the rest of, you know, the council says and their thoughts on this. I still don't know where I'm going to come down. You know, I have some reservations about this, but I thought it was important to kind of lay this out for people so they understand, especially those in the audience who seem to not understand or have been informed about the long process that's been involved here and the many steps along the way. And, you know, I just want to say that all the people in the audience, I think, you know, everybody here has good intentions. Nobody here has bad intentions or want to, you know, curtail people's rights or anything like that. I think we're all looking for, you know, the best solution that we can find, and we may disagree on that. But, you know, to maliciously cast slurs on anybody for, you know, their position and their viewpoint, I don't think that should have a place in this community discussion, and I hope it won't. I hope we can, you know, kind of I can look at, you know, certain members and say, I can appreciate perception and your position. I have a different one. And, you know, let's just try to find the best outcome that we can here going forward, and hopefully maybe finding some other solutions for, you know, kind of smaller dog areas as well throughout the city. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Calvert.
Thank you, Mayor. So, my fellow council members have touched on a few things, and I just want to say that on Saturday I got 17,000 steps in Purgatory Park with my dog and my husband, who has worked on trails and trail conflicts for a good part of his career, and I have walked it with the Friends of the Park. I have walked it with Paws for Parks. I've walked it with my dogs, without my dogs, with my family, without my family. I polled people in the park and asked them different questions. I have been knocking on hundreds of doors, and I got dozens of people that volunteered without me asking what was important to them, and Purgatory Park as a dog park was, you know, on one side of it or the other was an answer. So it's a huge emotional question, and I just want to thank staff for their hard work. I want to thank all of the people that have shown up, whether they're on the task force or in the groups involved in the parks, and my fellow colleagues, because no matter how much we disagree up here, I know how hard it is, and these are heartfelt words from every single person up here, and I will tell you right now, I don't agree with everyone on everything in this room or up here or out in the community. But I will say that I don't want to, although I haven't seen adverse interactions with dogs, I don't want to minimize it. We all know that they have happened. I never want to implement an ordinance. I never wanted to implement an ordinance without a designated area identified. So this process has been very uncomfortable for me. So anyway, I don't want to minimize other people's experiences, and public safety is very important to me, but I think that there's a certain pragmatism, and I certainly feel that sometimes if rules or constraints are too draconian, it creates resentment in the community, and people just don't follow the rules, and I don't want to be that city. This is my feeling. I think that addressing this very incrementally is the best idea. I think the signage is very important. I'm going to get into some real details. I think if you're coming from the main parking lot, there's a way to just make sure the signage, first of all, to have a sign that says "You are here," which we currently do not have. So there's no orientation as to where you are when you look at the map currently. So just way better maps and wayfinding signs, because on Saturday there were several visitors to the park that were exhausted because they've been walking around in circles and they couldn't find the parking lot, and we had to help them get back there. So signage is going to be really important. I think just making clear that there's a certain, this is my feeling at this point, and I'm sure that there's a lot of disagreement. I think that the center path that is a informal, unmaintained trail that goes along the western side of the prairie and starts peeling off into an aspen grove should remain a corridor. And I think that gives people that walk and that path, and that there may be a way to have very unobtrusive, I mean, the kind of fencing that, if we have fencing, which at this point, after walking the park, where some of the suggested possible fencing was to go, I definitely don't want it. I just think it's going to do exactly the opposite of the intention, which is to disturb the soil and create conditions where we get invasives and just completely obliterate the sort of naturalistic feel of the park. But just to make sure that everyone knows, if you're going down that center trail, that's off leash, and to peel people off in the other directions that don't want to interact with off leash dogs. I also think making sure that people enter the park understand that there's off leash activity in the park, so that they can make informed decisions about how they want to interact with that atmosphere. I honestly feel at this point there was a third reason why Purgatory was selected off-leash, and that is because for 40 years it has been the de facto off-leash area in the city, and everybody knows it, and that's just the way it has been used. And I think that there are there's a community member who called me last night who does not have dogs and goes there for birding, bird watching and hiking, does not have a dog, is not bothered by the dogs, and would be very much bothered by the obtrusive nature of some of the suggested fencing. And there was a couple there from Crystal who are cat people, and they were, we were just chatting about the day walking down the path, and I told them what we were voting on today, and they said, oh, the fencing would just take all the joy out of it. So those are some of the comments that I've gotten, and I think that there are ways to, I think right now if we have that center path, you can take the trail through the Aspen Grove to the southern part of the park, and then go up into the hills. That will give people that have some mobility issues a longer walk corridor to areas 2 and 3. And during this season, when the grass is high, nobody's going to be walking through there. The dogs aren't going to be running through the prairie. I think the bigger area that the activity can happen is less degradation, because then it's not concentrated in a small area. And that's why I didn't want the off-leash dog area concentrated in Area 1. So, and I'm sorry, this is just going to have to be a little bit long because there's a lot involved. So I think that we need to keep looking for other areas. To Councilmember Romali's point, and also to Councilmember Shack's point, that there are people that like to interact with their dogs differently, and there are places at Purgatory that might work for sort of the ball tossing, socializing, hanging around areas, and there are places all over the city, and I think we do need to spread the love around. I don't think we need to be like other cities. I live in Minnetonka because it's an exceptional city, and I don't mind being a little different. It's already a regional attraction. The people that I met at the park this weekend were not all from Minnetonka, and that's okay. In fact, I think it's good. I think it would be wonderful to have people visiting our parks and then maybe getting a beer at Unmapped and buying their dog a toy at the dog store down the strip mall, and maybe getting an empanada. So I don't mind that. And I do think that what I would like to see is implementation primarily of just signage. I think that we need the Pause for Parks people to do what other groups in the community have done for the things that are important to them, like the mountain bike trail MORC people that maintain the trails in Lone Lake, and the Friends of Minnetonka Parks, who have worked so hard to restore the prairie and other parts of our community. I want to see them out there pulling buckthorn, removing invasives like the ragweed because of their traffic in the park. helping to educate the people that are coming into the park, helping to make sure that people are picking up their dog poop bags, and helping to enforce the new rules to make sure that we can keep things workable for everyone. So those are the things. I think there needs to be some elbow grease, possibly some money, because the Friends of Minnetonka Parks have fundraised a lot of money through grant writing and other things. And I am not opposed to some kind of permit system if it helped pay for things, as long as it wasn't too onerous on staff. I do get a little worried about the workload on staff. I'm not sold on fencing at this point. If the signage is adequate, and I think there's a way to do that. I'm convincible on some fencing, and I think my thought on fencing is metal posts with eye bolts that you can string cables across. That makes it flexible. You can take the cables down, you can put them back up when it's necessary, and it just makes it a more flexible system and a little less intrusive than hog wire, and you can do things like control burns without burning up the posts in the prairie. So maybe just putting a little bit of fencing on the west side of the prairie, on the east side of the middle trail. So those are just some of my ideas, but I just think that we should just take it slowly, see what's working, see what doesn't. I am perfectly willing to look at the data, and if it shows that there are too many adverse activities by dogs, I will take it very seriously, and we'll have to do something differently. But I just think it's been used that way for 40 years. I wouldn't say that there are, from what I can tell, there's not more dog bites or dog attacks there than there have been elsewhere in the city. And I will tell you that I had a dog that was on leash. We told a gentleman not to pet him. He petted him anyway, and we had to get his hand stitched up, and we had to put our dog down. So there are things that happen. That was a dog that we had that just showed up at our house that we had for a few years, and we, had to keep him on leash because that's the way he was. So I think it can happen when you're on leash, it can happen when you're off leash, and that's why I'm not convinced that that we need to pen dogs in. So that's kind of where I am at this point. I think we need to keep on looking for other areas all over the city, because people have been used to a lot more area, and I'm glad that my fellow council members are open to that.
Before we continue, we've heard from 3 council members. I'm pretty convinced that every council member is going to want to speak on this, but I'm going to say we should take a 5-minute break, because I know some of us could use one. So with all due respect, we're going to do that. Don't go away, but we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back and here for the rest of us. So thanks very much. All right, should we try and get her going? I've got the council back in place. Okay. All right. All right, let's see. Sorry, thanks for indulging the break. I hope everyone who needed one got done what they needed to do. I will call this back to order, and so we're taking comments from council members. Council members, anybody? Councilmember Wilburn?
Yeah, so I'll try and not spend too much time repeating what my fellow council members have said. I will point out that in sort of the dichotomy of responses we've been getting from people is that we are simultaneously moving too quickly and making decisions and not making decisions quickly enough. So I will, and I'm not going to spend time going over everything on the timeline. I will sort of point out, like, there's an attempt to explain how we ended up with area 2 and 3. And so I had a similar experience when going out with the Pause for Parks people, that they emphasized that the continuous walking trails with the separation was most beneficial. And also a statement was made about how even though they hated the idea of losing Area 1, that people had accepted that they needed to make that sacrifice, that compromise, in order to get these other trail areas. I will say at the same time, a corridor was mentioned along that path, so that was brought up at the same time. But ultimately, like right now, we are not being asked to decide where fencing will be, if there will be fencing. So I won't spend too much time on that, but like I did when walking with the Pause for People, they pointed out some areas where it made sense to not have fencing because of the separation or the topography. To Councilmember Coakley's question earlier about, like, if you don't have fencing, what does that mean? I mean, there were some places where, in theory, a dog could go, but it's very unlikely for it to happen. And so definitely in those places, and staff has pointed out places where they think soft fencing would be adequate. I tried to make notes for myself so I would remember. So it was after walking with the Pause that, because I was one of the people that was pushing for the more northern areas, but areas 2 and 3 already had the trail system in place and seemed to me to be the most logical compromise for that time. As others have pointed out, it may just be that there's not one area to cover every off-leash use that people want to have. And I am certainly not opposed to looking at other areas in Purgatory and other parks throughout Minnetonka for, some of the ball tossing type of areas that for people who want to talk, it doesn't matter why you want, for people who want that for their off-leash dogs. And finally, for parking, I don't know the legalities, but again, I would not be opposed to having off of Stodola Road having designated disabled parking or permit parking for. That seems like that might be more difficult than just having disabled parking, but I don't know the legalities of that. But again, I am not opposed to that. I'm also not opposed to considering some sort of corridor. It's, as always, the devil is in the details. So it would depend where and what that looked like. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilburn. Anyone else? Councilmember Coakley.
Thank you, Mayor. So I like some of the comments and recommendations some of the other council members have made, in particular what Councilmember Calvert had stated about coming into the park area from, I guess, off Excelsior and then either steering to the right or the left, but kind of separating the dogs from people. I unfortunately could not walk the trail. As I stated, I had surgery on my knee in October and it didn't heal correctly. So I know I've got a request or asked to come to walk the park, but I stated at that time I could not walk the whole park. I would walk portion of it, and I did get a chance to walk with our city staff, walking a portion of the park with them, and it really bothers me because I'm really active, and that bothers me to even have to tell you all that, but I'll tell you because I think it's important to let you know that I have experienced some of the things where people talk about the mobility and being able to come up the hills, because I had to like kind of go up these hills and grab onto trees and all those different things to force myself to go. So I did that, but so I get that part, but I am not opposed to coming up with some other options, looking at other parks and considering other spaces in other parks, but also I'm not opposed to the fencing. Like it doesn't have to be what we've already looked at, the area 2 and 3. And the reason why I'm saying that, because I usually would make quick decisions, and being on a council has really helped me kind of slow down in my thought process, because I'm the one who wants to go to bed early, get home, and go to sleep. But some of the comments and statements that the other council member have said tonight to me, I do agree, because I really don't think the fencing is going to be the full solution to the dogs. Like personally, I just don't, because it's not the full fencing. In my mind, this is just my visual thought process. It would take full fencing to address the safety, but then there's folks who probably know more than me that who have dogs, who've been into dog parks, where maybe there is a reason why you shouldn't have full fencing. So I don't know, I only can go off of what I was told, and so I'm open to considering other areas possibly when you're coming into the park, I guess, on the northern part of the park, if we can keep the dogs separated from people. I am really concerned about safety. I think that's really important, especially with, I stated before in the past where I also experienced that. I'm just a little tougher around the skin, so I can handle dogs running up to me and not being afraid and just being still. But I did have a friend who really got really scared when someone dog ran up to her when we were walking in Purgatory Park. So I do get that part. Far as the Stodola Road, I also feel like, yes, we have this question about the signage, no parking zone. I think that would be okay for now, but far as the no parking zone, I think that's good. But I'm also not convinced 100% about the parking stalls. I know that's not what we're asked tonight, but so we need to do something, because we have spent a lot of time. For me, I just told y'all about I'm not the most patient person, so I feel like we spend a lot of time So I think it's really important that staff move forward with at least putting the signs out there, doing as much signage as we can, and then also making sure that we do consider other parks. I think that's very important to me. The fencing piece, I'm open. I mean, like, if it was my idea, we would put some homes there in the park, okay? So I know that's not what we can do, but I'm more about, we need some more places for people to live. And we've spent a lot of time talking about, you know, making sure our dogs are, you know, are comfortable and our residents are comfortable. And so I get it. So I'm open. I mean, if we can come up with something else, I'm willing to listen. And yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at with it.
Councilmember Foster Bolton, you're the last person before me, so
Yeah.
go for it.
So, you know, really, when this first came about, I was all about fencing. Because I am one of those 1 in 25 that I'm terrified. If I don't know the dog. And sometimes even if I know the person, the dog owner, I mean, I think I'm really friendly once I get to know the dog. That doesn't matter. But so I was all about the fencing, and then and I was all about one area in the corner of the park fencing, and then I, you know, walked the park with, you know, a number of people. Pause for Parks was one of them, and I thought, well, wait, okay, we can do bigger spaces, and we can, and then walking with Mr. Kumka and talking about soft barriers and hard barriers, it didn't feel to me when we were walking through the park that there was that there was going to be like all these dogs confined in one area. I mean, 8 acres is a lot of space, and 18 together is a lot of space. And so to me, it felt like when we were walking through the areas 2 and 3, it felt like there was a flow, definitely. And so I liked that even more. I thought, well, this is better. And then my idea was, oh, what we're going to do is build these fences, you know, no matter what. And I misunderstood, but it's an incremental plan. So then once I got the packet, it was like, you know, okay, this isn't going to happen next summer, you know. And I was talking about it, and there is going to be data gathering. I mean, somebody was talking about how we're making these decisions without gathering data, but it seems like this plan is doing exactly that, gathering data. And the other thing, I thought tonight I was going to decide, well, we'll put off the fencing, but eventually we'll have it. And that isn't the plan tonight either. It's a move forward is the thing. And I guess that's the piece that I get stuck on. We need to move forward. And it can't be a fence. I mean, it can't be what I want or what Councilmember Coakley wants, which is housing, or what we want. It has to be a compromise, and that's what we're usually really good at up here, is knowing that we disagree, but figuring out a way to make it work for everyone that we represent. And so that's why, because then, you know, like I get it when Councilmember Romali talks about what's going to be the criteria. Where's the measure? What is it that's going to put us over that fence? But as we move forward, I think, I don't think that it's I'm realizing there's not a tangible measurement. Thank you. And so I would have to, and I didn't know, like I thought, well, I'm not going to vote for this unless I know for sure there's going to be a fence eventually. But what's more important, I think, is some movement. And if I'm not willing to, if I say I'm not going to vote for this unless there's eventually going to be a fence, then there's no movement. And that's not what we're here for. And so, I'd like to research how much money the fencing is. I'd like that research. And I'd like the no parking at Stodola Road. And I do really want to pay attention to how things go in the coming year. But I'm gonna support this tonight because it's moving forward, and if it isn't, if we don't agree on it, then we're right back where we started, and it isn't just within, the year and a half or a little over a year that I've been serving. It sounds like, it's decades long, and it's got to stop somewhere. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilmember Foster Bolton, and thank you for my fellow council members, and thank you for everyone in the audience, and thank you for everyone who's written. I've read a lot of emails, and I've gotten a lot of input from people, and this is hard. There's no simple solution, and when you're an elected official, you want to keep all the people happy all the time. But you know what? When you're an elected official, if you think you're going to keep all the people happy all the time, you've got the wrong job. That's not what is going to happen, and so we have to be practical and realistic. We talked earlier tonight about the Drones as First Responders program, and we're proud of that because public safety is so darned important. And I've said it, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Julie, how many times? Public safety is job one in cities. It's the #1 deliverable that we as cities have. If we can't deliver that to our residents, then they probably need different mayor and a different council. That's really got to be a priority in our community. We have to value the safety of our residents. But as I look at this, listening to different people talk about dogs, dogs are as different as people. If we say, well, I had this dog and I had this experience, and so I know all about dogs. Well, that's like saying, well, I know one person and I understand all of humanity. It's just not that easy. And so, dogs are social animals. People are social animals. We need parks. We need places to come together for recreation, but we need it to maintain our sanity and to build community. And so, the task we're confronted with is, okay, how do we check all those boxes and do it in a way that's fair and reasonable and respectful to all the diverse people and, frankly, all the diverse dogs that we have in our community. Because just simplifying, say, well, I get it, no, it's just not that way. I have a 14-pound female schnauzer at home, and she's a lot different than my son's girlfriend's 90-pound Doberman. and you know, and their dogs. And I mean, as human beings, we all have different experiences. So you know, figuring this out is really challenging. And then the other piece of it is, as I work to find a solution, this is a big change. It's a big change for our community, and we implemented a new ordinance that limits off-leash dogs to designated areas. Well, I'll tell you what, compared to what we had before, who gave up the most in that? It is dog owners who are used to taking their dogs anywhere in the city. Now, the notion of under voice command, that's in the eye of the beholder, and I really never believe that. You know, probably 90% of the people who said my dog's under voice command were wrong. I mean, they were under voice command in their living room or in their yard. But introduce a squirrel to the equation and your dog's still under voice command? Most dogs aren't. Some were, but not very many. So we needed a different ordinance. And we passed an ordinance, and I'm going to say, is it the perfect ordinance? No, it's not. But now we're dealing with, okay, how do we implement that? And then I look at Purgatory Park, or any of our parks. But because basically, it used to be that you could have an off-leash dog anywhere in Minnetonka. There were no off-leash dog areas because they were all off-leash dog areas. We had 52 or 53 parks that were off-leash dog parks, and we had Purgatory Park was one of them. And now we're saying, okay, well, we're going to go to 18.8 acres. I mean, if we just say we just considered Purgatory Park as the only off-leash dog space, we're going from 155 acres to 18.8 acres. That's a loss of 88% of the off-leash dog area just if we consider Purgatory Park, and it was much bigger than that. So the change that we're talking about is significant. And I think we have to be mindful of what we're doing and what's fair and reasonable. Now again, public safety is job one. I want everyone to be safe in our community. But I also don't want our approaches to be draconian. Because I'll tell you what, in Minnetonka, we have automobile accidents. People get injured. And people even die on our streets. Should we shut them all down? Should we shut down all our streets because somebody got hurt or somebody died? I mean, that's horrible. But the reality is we have to have laws and rules and approaches that pass the smell test. If we try and take all risk away, one, we'll fail. But two, we'll live in a police state and we won't be able to do anything. And I don't stand for that either. So we have to take a practical approach. So I think, you know, you've heard a lot of different things from my fellow council members, and I respect all that said, and I learned from them, and I learned from you. And so what I'm going to recommend tonight from my perspective is I like the incremental approach that staff has proposed because I think there's more learning to be done. Now, when I talked to Mr. Funk today, and he talks to all the council members every day before we have a meeting, I said, you know, I'm really going to have a hard time agreeing to such a significant limitation without identifying more areas in the city because the dog people, for lack of better terminology, they're giving up a ton. I mean, they're giving up a lot. They're giving up the whole city. They're giving up 88% of Purgatory Park. And for a solution that, you know what, dogs are different. I mean, some dogs do fine in a confined space. Some dogs need a lot more than that. I mean, this is a complex issue, and it defies simple solutions. And I'll also be honest, you know, enforcement is great. But I'm lying to you if you think that we're going to have enough cops in our parks to enforce every deviation from the ordinance. It's not going to happen. I mean, we have to have an approach that passes a smell test, because because if it doesn't pass a smell test and people think our laws are stupid, they're going to ignore them, because that's the way people are. And so, you know, we've got to have something that is practical, reasonable, and passes the smell test. And I learned something too. I really appreciated the comment about the ADA and the comments regarding access for people with disabilities. Now, that's a big issue to me. I have my twin daughters are disabled, and after walking areas 2 and 3, I'll tell you what, my daughters need wheelchairs to get around. They will never go to areas 2 and 3, ever. You know, I mean, it's impossible. I mean, I'm not strong enough to push them up and down those hills, and that's just not practical. And I think we do have to be mindful of the needs of our senior citizens. I'm a senior citizen, by the way, so I'm not insulting anybody there. But you know, I think we have to have practical solutions. So so where am I? That's all well and good, but where am I? I like the incremental approach, and I'm supportive of that. I really think we need that corridor through Area 1. Now, I don't think the corridor through Area 1 should impinge upon the highly sensitive areas, the prairie. That's really important. But I've also learned that it doesn't have to. We can have a corridor that and an approach, so we can have that corridor to get to areas 2 and 3 and through Area 1. And there might be some real creativity needed to implement that, but I think we can do that. I think that's doable. You know, I also am very sensitive to this notion of seasonality, because we've got 4 seasons in Minnesota, and I'll tell you what, that park is 4 different parks in each of those seasons. And so, you know, maybe we look at having some rules that are different in different seasons, but I think maybe our implementation approach, and, you know, I think there are things like maybe temporary fencing. I don't know. I don't want to problem solve it here, but I think we need some creative solutions. And so I'm willing to support this tonight with the understanding that, you know, we've got to identify more areas, because the dog people, for lack of a better term, they're giving up a ton. I mean, they're the losers in this thing unless we as a council are committed to delivering more in pretty short order. So my view is that, yeah, I can approve this, but I don't want quick implementation. I'd like a year of learning from, okay, signage, we need that signage up as soon as we can get it. And we need it to be good signage. But then we need at least a year of learning. Because we've got 4 seasons, and it's hard to squeeze 4 seasons into 6 months. It just doesn't work. We need at least 4 seasons, but you know what, then even 4 seasons, I mean, not, you know, every winter's not the same, every summer's not the same. You know, probably better have 2 years of seasons learning so that we can implement this way in a way that makes it work and makes it intelligent. So, you know, again, I'm not going to be sitting up here after January, and it's going to be up to other people who are going to have to worry about implementing this. But I really think that we need more information to do this right, because I do think a confined dog space has got to be large enough, and are 10 and 9 acres large enough so that they're not so confining? I don't know the answer to that. I know that when you go to a small dog park with your dog, it's a much different experience, and dogs really behave differently. I know with my little dog, my sample of 1, my dog is different when we're with other dogs when she is on a leash versus when I drop her leash, or she's, I mean, she wants to play with those other dogs. She's not intimidated by anybody, but she's a different dog when I'm holding the leash versus when I'm not. And so we have to understand that, you know, I mean, dog behavior is just like human behavior. People are different, dogs are different. And you know, I've said it before, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We're not going to come up with a perfect solution. Let's do the best we can. Let's know what our priorities are. And I think we have more learning to do before we say we're going to have hard barriers or soft barriers or any kind of barriers. Let's do a year or two of learning. But let's look at how we're going to implement areas 2 and 3 with, and I strongly support having a corridor, because frankly, if for no other reason, people with disabilities deserve the right to have access to Purgatory Park. And I was convinced by some of the speakers tonight that if we limit things to areas 2 and 3 without that access, we are cutting off people with disabilities, and I have a big problem with that. So that's where I am. Now, I don't know what that says. I don't know what the motion's going to look like, but I think areas 2 and 3 with an incremental learning approach, and then I don't have a problem with the no parking zone in Stodola Road. I don't think, but I want to be clear that doesn't commit us to building a parking zone on Stodola Road. Let's learn. Let's see how that works. Let's try some things with the expectation that, you know what, we're not going to get it perfectly right. And there is no perfect solution. So let's retain the flexibility to learn and modify as we go along and do it over time. This is not a one and done deal from my perspective. I don't know how I have a sense for how my other council members feel, but I think is this a compromise, or is it, I don't think we're kicking the can down the road. I think we're saying, you know what, we don't have enough information, and frankly, without identifying more areas in our community where we can have off-leash dogs, we are taking too much away for one group of people, and that's a problem. So I think this approach allows us to learn, to execute, and to get someplace that we want to get to that is fair. And I think it's important to be fair. So that's my view. I don't know what kind of motion we're going to get out of that, but that's one person's perspective. Yes, Councilmember Shag.
I guess I've got some reservations. I think it sounds like most of us agree to an incremental approach. I'm concerned about falling into a scenario of kind of apathy over a period of time where we just don't want to, if we don't kind of have I'm not as hard and fast on the metrics that we need to have specific metrics, but if we don't have some reviews in fairly short order, that this kind of just goes off to the wayside and we don't get it right. And whatever that means, getting it right? If that's expanding, if that's retracting, 2 years, I'm uncomfortable with 2 years. What I will say is I have also significant reservations about the corridor. I'm not completely opposed to it, but I don't understand how, given the way that piece of the park has been used in the past, how we segregate use without pretty much immediate fencing. I don't love the idea of fencing the prairie area, so that's where I come back to, because dogs don't read signs. We've all established that. There is a long pattern of use in the prairie area of social and, running. And I don't want the police department out there telling people that they can't use it that way. I'm not sure the signs will accomplish that. And so a physical barrier seems to be the only way to accomplish that, and we're not doing that here. So it is, a premier ecological feature in our city, and I hate to just, I would rather see us quickly figure out something for the Red Barn site or some other accessible place that could be used in that way. I just don't see, at minimum, the bench needs to come out. But I don't know, I would have a hard time without some real clear structure on just letting Area 1 be kind of open indefinitely because it will be used again in that way that does, when we see it now, we see even on the trail, the ragweed that's encroaching into the the restored area. So I understand the desire. I just don't know that it's something that is possible to implement.
Councilmember Calvert.
So in my comments, one of the things that I mentioned is that the PAWS folks are going to have to put some skin in the game, and I think they're going to have to be removing that ragweed. I kind of agree about removing the bench. I think that that corridor solves two issues. One is the accessibility issue from Excelsior for people that just need a place to walk, and also just getting people to areas 2 and 3 that takes pressure off Stodola Road. So to me, it solves two issues. I think there's another issue that I didn't really talk about, which is sort of like the adult swim concept, where, you know, there might be times, and it was suggested by several people, that maybe there are times when there are no dogs, you know, and people that don't like off-leash areas, that we might be able to establish sometimes for them to enjoy the park. I actually think that if PAWS wants this to happen, I sort of want to demand that there's a little elbow grease and a little help, and that they're going to help police the prairie, and that they will help make sure that people are not ruining this opportunity for the rest of the off-leash folks by using it inappropriately, when there's signage saying don't use, this is a sensitive area and you can't run your dogs on there. And I think that if 1 or 2 dogs is running around on there by accident, that's not what's gonna degrade it. It's people tromping through there. So I think if we have the kind of signage that we want, and I don't think that we can get the fencing up fast enough, but again, it's been used the way it's been used for decades, and there is a little bit, there's some encroachment, but I think with their help, that can be remediated. I also mentioned to staff that I thought maybe the bench would need to go, and that's why I'm talking about, I kind of want unobtrusive fencing if we have to do it, which is just posts with the eye bolts, and you can string wires across, you know, at different levels, and it would be adequate to keep dogs out, and it would be flexible. But I just don't think that we can get it in, and I just don't think, there's a short period where the grass is going to be down and there isn't snow, I just don't think that many people are going to be disregarding the sign. So I take a little different approach, and I think it solves more problems than it makes, because people already use that corridor that way.
Any other comments?
Yep.
Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say about, Councilmember Calvert's, and with all due respect, that's part of the problem, is that Central Prairie area has been trampled and incredibly degraded, and that was part of, the conservation area. So that's exactly where we don't want to have that corridor. And I agree completely with Councilmember Schack, about having, this extended amorphous time period, instead of having, kind of specific, whether it's quarterly, biannual reviews, really looking hard at data. That would be preferable. In terms of Area 1, again, to Councilmember Schack's comment, there's not going to be a way to separate it with, certainly not even, I would say, with partial, and certainly with no not with no fencing. That's just not viable in my consideration. And if we're talking about corridor, what are we talking about, a 4-foot corridor? The only people that's going to help, unless you're talking about really giving whatever, 20, 30% of that whole part of the park over, then basically, if you're talking about a small corridor, that's not going to really help the people who want to have a place for their dog to go and socialize and, whatever. That's what we're talking about. What it would help is people who want to be able to get to areas 2 and 3 without having to leash their dog. So unless we're, talking about giving a significant portion of the western side of the park to off-leash dogs, again, that's what it sounds to me what we're looking at when we say a corridor. Either you're talking, something that's just basically a walking trail, and really
It's the trail that we walked on with staff. It's an existing trail.
I understand that. Thank you, Councilmember Calvert. But what I am saying is that is the exact trail that's the problem. That is right against, the trail that is right next to the ecologically sensitive, high quality, 1/4 of all of Minnetonka's high value natural resource areas. So if we could move a corridor all the way over much farther, to degraded area, farther west, maybe that would work and make it smaller. But in my view, it would have to be fenced and, fully fenced going up to, the areas 2 and 3. I think that would, otherwise we're just going to have that mixture of, the crossover of users, which has, been part of the problem in the first place. And by the way, the toddler that was attacked was on a main trail.
A primary trail.
A primary trail, yes. Same thing.
No, not the same.
Yeah, let's, we're not going to debate it, but yeah, primary trail is off leash, on leash all the time.
Correct. Yes. Thank you for the correction. So, I think what we're up here, the motion is not for area 1. It's for areas 2 and 3.
Well, no, the recommendation is different than a motion.
The recommendation, thank you, Mayor, is for areas 2 and 3, not for the corridor in area 1. And I don't think at this point I would be able to support an unfenced corridor. Thank you.
All right, well, Councilmember Wilburn.
So I do agree with Councilmember Shack. I don't know how we could have that separation without fencing, and there's no way to get fencing in, even if we wanted to, this year yet. So is it possible, I don't want to make work for staff just to make work for staff, but is it possible to consider, going ahead with the resolution the way it's written, and also have staff take a look and see if there's a way to have a corridor, maybe not that, maybe further over a corridor to areas 2 and 3, so that people could, from the parking lot, walk all the way to areas 2 and 3 off leash, and bring that back when they come back with recommendations for around fencing, et cetera, or sooner.
Okay, Mr. Funk or Mr. Kumka, if you'd like to comment, if you're able.
Well, yes, Mayor Wearsome, Councilmember Wilburn. Yes, we could certainly look at what existing informal trails are further west of that main straight avenue. We could measure what that distance would look like, what the ground conditions are certainly closer. There are some pinch points in there that would be some trouble spots. We could evaluate what the impacts to the Aspen sort of wetland edge there would be if we were to implement fencing through that area. We could look more specifically at pushing a corridor over as far west as possible.
A question, if I may, is the existing trail It's through Area 1. Is it adjacent to the sensitive area or is it through the sensitive area? Because I think that's an important distinction.
The trail is through a portion of Area A.
All right.
Highest quality, yes.
All right, thank you for that. And a follow-up question to that, how far would it have to move to lose that distinction? And I mean, you know, you don't have to have a ruler or anything, you know, approximately.
It would have to move approximately 50, 80 feet west from the key bench location towards the wetland, towards the creek.
And from, in your professional opinion, how achievable is that?
I think it's achievable.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know if that helps anyone. Councilmember Foster Bolton.
And then to add fuel to the fire, can we say, you know, instead of, you know, having a report in 2 years, have it be quarterly, or like determine that tonight as well?
And Ms. Funk, go ahead. I mean, I think, you know, I think how frequent is the question, but you know, I think reports on progress is clearly, given the importance of this, yeah, I think we need some reports. So what are your thoughts on, you know, appropriate frequency of reports on status and learning with the incremental approach?
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Can someone go back to the recommendation slide, please? Thank you. So again, I just want to summarize, and I know you know this, Council, but just to help at this time.
Maybe we don't. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, the staff recommendation, which has been explained to you, excuse me, is a motion to adopt the off-leash dog implementation plan, excuse me, for Purgatory Park, and a resolution authorizing a no parking zone on Sadola Road east of the cul-de-sac to Creek Park Drive. So that's the recommended action. I think I've heard, or staff has heard, support for that recommendation. Now there's some nuance to that, and I think staff would look for clarity in a motion. So Mayor and Council, as you consider a motion, the clarity that would be needed would be, and one of those is what you're talking about, Area 1. So that connector from the main parking lot to areas 2 and 3. Right now, as you know, the ordinance as it's written is that dogs shall be leashed at all times except for designated areas. Right now, you've been talking about areas 2 and 3 being that designated area. So if you're looking for a connection point, we would need that clarity. Staff would need that clarity in the motion. Perhaps your motion, there's some options in there. You could look, direct staff to come back with some thoughts on what that could look like. Mr. Kumka has indicated there's possibilities in that, so we as staff could come back with you on some recommendations on what that connector could look like. Again, we've talked about just timing wise, we would not be able to put up fencing, hard fencing this year. So if we were to consider, or you as a council were to consider some sort of connector point, whether it's the current location or shifting it further to the west, that too would be incremental in signage. So we would have to sign it this year, just like we would assign areas 2 and 3, and then come back to you with how that's working. In terms of timing, I think the second part of your motion ought to be consideration for the length of review period. Staff has, in our presentation, talked about potentially spring of 2026. That gets into the spring, that's perhaps 2 seasons. And I think council, you've also talked about either 4 seasons or even been suggested even a longer period of time. So I think for your motion, you should identify what that length of time should be, whether it's coming back as early as next spring to perhaps give an update onto the status of where we're at. And then at that point, you could even extend it further into another couple seasons. Or you could just simply, by your motion, start with 4 seasons as well. So you have that flexibility. You'll need to, again, give that direction to staff on when you want us to come back.
All right, Mr. Funk, I'll go ahead, Councilor Shack.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I was just gonna say that I think that it sounds like maybe we could get this motion adopted with direction on 2 points to come back with a plan about how we could get area one that does not interfere with the high value natural resources area. Also, maybe opportunity here for some cooperation. I've talked to a number of people with Pause for Parks and suggested they meet with the folks with MORC. I've talked to MORC and they haven't heard from anybody. So this may be a real opportunity because we could have a pit boss type of role potentially that we could introduce as a part of monitoring, maintaining, help transition that area one piece of it, if that makes sense to the council once we see it. I would also say, you know, I think we should check in the spring, because if there is fencing needs that we say we really have to do this fencing, or this spot's just absolutely not working, we got to retract it or whatever, I think we want to give ourselves the opportunity to do that before we end up in the seasonality issue again.
And if I may add, Councilor Shack, you know, I think that idea of identifying the fact that we're going to have a check-in in the spring, and not commit ourselves to taking any particular action in the spring, but evaluate whether we're in a position to implement something, or if we need to add another, you know, X number of months to really fully evaluate. But give ourselves a flexibility. We need the check-in, but then we have to see where we are and the progress we've made, and then we'll make any further decisions. And I say I won't be part of it. The decision will be made to, you know, on next steps for the, you know, the subsequent following, the next, you know, 6 months or 2 seasons or whatever it is. Are we getting in the hunt here? Does anyone want to be bold and make a, Councilmember Wilburn, you're bold.
All right. I might need Mr. Nielsen's help here, but so my motion is to adopt the off-leash dog implementation plan for Purgatory Park and resolution authorizing a no parking zone on Stodola Road east of cul-de-sac to Creek Park Drive. The initial phase will include what is included in the staff recommendation here. In addition, directing staff to research a corridor from the parking lot, whatever it's called, the north parking lot, to areas 2 and 3 that does not impinge upon the area 1
sensitive areas.
The sensitive areas, and to with and bring that back to council with consideration for adding that to the designated area. And then finally, a report back in spring on the stuff.
Maybe we should make a date specific in the spring. What time, you know, staff, what time do you think would be appropriate, so we'd have information that make a report back worthwhile? And I'm kind of asking staff, I'm sorry.
I know, they're all just looking.
Yeah.
There's a motion on the floor. Does that matter?
Yeah, Q2.
I'm just saying Q2.
By the end of Q2?
Yeah, I believe so. 1 second, Mayor.
Okay, it's all right. We're painting you into a corner now.
And Mayor, we would recommend the staff to get a second. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. And then if you have a second, then they would be available to answer questions.
All right. Would someone like to second that? Councilmember Foster Bolton?
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. Thank you for helping us with procedures.
Mayor Weirson, I think the appropriate length of time would be into the spring. So
okay.
When the seasons change, we get a sense of those new behaviors beginning again after the winter. People come out of their hibernation and are re-entering the park. We'd want to gather that information as well.
So May.
Yeah, end of May.
I think end of May.
Very good. All right, end of May. Is that good, Councilmember Wilburn? It's your
Yeah.
motion.
Sure.
All right, and Councilmember Foster Bolton? Okay, so we have agreement by the maker of the motion and the seconder. So do we have a sense for what our motion is now? Can we, are we good? Councilmember Calvert?
So I have a question. So how are people getting from, in the meantime, before we designate a different corridor, how are people getting from the parking lot to areas 2 and 3 in the meantime?
With a leash. I mean,
Mr. Funk?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know you have a motion and a second on the floor. One other suggestion, and perhaps this is a suggestion to maybe perhaps change your motion. I'd defer the city attorney how you could do that. But something to think about is, I think, Councilmember, what the motion and second is on the floor is for staff to come back with a recommendation on a alternate pathway from the parking lot to areas 2 and 3. If the council is supporting moving the path further west, and Mr. Kumka indicated that it's possible, are you comfortable with staff proceeding? Do we need to come back with that area, provided we can get out of the high quality area? If you're saying you want out of the high quality area and Mr. Kumka and our team says we can do that, are you comfortable with us proceeding without coming back?
Council, what are your thoughts? I mean, you're the experts. That's kind of my view. I mean, if you're saying we're not in the sensitive area, I believe you. I don't know. Are there other opinions on the council?
Just a question, is that with or without fencing?
What was your question?
The area was without.
We're not
temporarily, at least it would be without.
temporarily without fencing.
All right. So I think I heard the council say, correct me if I'm wrong, that we are comfortable trusting your professional opinion that a revised trail location outside the sensitive area is up to staff discretion.
Right. I would be willing to amend my motion to remove the requirement that staff report back to, or that staff bring it back to council for approval.
All right. Okay, we're all nodding and smiling. So basically, up to staff, outside the sensitive area, up to staff discretion. And you don't have to bring that back to the council for a specific location.
Mayor Wearsome, just to be clear, like, there's nuance in that area. There's no hard line where the high quality begins or ends. So for me to say absolutely 100% it'll all be outside of that area is difficult at this point. I'm familiar with that area quite a bit. I've walked it. There are certainly ways we can push it into the Aspen Grove and closer to the wetlands, but exactly it being outside is hard to guarantee 100%.
We'll trust, I mean, I'm willing to trust your sensitivity to the sensitive area. And so, you know, I think that's as good as we can do.
And
Councilor Shack?
You know, I have a little apprehension on this just because it is a pretty significant shift from what was in the staff recommendation, and it, you know, and it doesn't give individuals an opportunity to weigh in on this, but I don't, you know, and I don't want to throw the consensus out the window. So I would like a note in the record that, you know, this would be part of the conversation in May, that, you know, is that working? Have we protected the sensitive area well enough? Are people honoring it? I don't want somebody to say, you said you would do this. I mean, I'd like to review that, and particularly because I don't think all of the invested stakeholders on that area have had an opportunity to weigh in. One very small adjustment, I would suggest pushing the deadline to no later than June 2nd, because we're pushing mid-May by saying end of May because we have Memorial Day. So that gives us one more Monday to get for staff to have some flexibility. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Very good.
And I was going to suggest that part of the evaluation could be looking at this trail area and see, are we impinging on the sensitive areas, et cetera. So yes, I would be in agreement with making sure that's part of what's evaluated.
All right, is there, Councilman, Mr. Nelson?
Yep, Mr. Mayor, I think we're kind of tangled up in a bunch of different motion considerations right now, and a lot of it did just seem like in the nature of clarification, and there is general agreement, but I think to make it clear for everybody, perhaps a restatement of the motion. With a second, just so that the record is clear and everybody is aware of what.
All right,
what we're
Councilor
voting on.
Wilburn, are you up to that?
Uh-huh. All right. The motion is to adopt the off-leash dog implementation plan for Purgatory Park and resolution authorizing a no parking zone on Stodola Road east of cul-de-sac to Creek Park Drive. The initial phase includes full signage implementation park-wide, including complaint reporting, system for rapid response and enforcement tracking considerations, and a plan for future considerations including enforcement, barrier fencing, installation, effectiveness, and accessibility. In addition, we direct staff to research and implement, if possible, a corridor from the parking lot to areas 2 and 3 that does not impinge upon sensitive areas, and report back by June 2nd. Is that good?
That sounds good, and just to have a second on the motion and then proceed.
Councilmember Foster Bolton?
I second.
All right, we've got a motion by Councilmember Wilburn and a second by Councilmember Foster Bolton. Are there any other comments that council members like to make? If not, is anyone? Go ahead, Councilmember Foster Bolton, go ahead.
Does that include the removal of the bench? Do we need to?
I don't think that needs to be part of a motion. That's executional.
It's just going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got a motion and a second. Any other last comments? Ms. Larson, please call roll.
Shack.
Yes.
Wilburn.
Yes.
Calvert.
I'm just thinking about what's going on right now today, so I don't know. I'll say yes.
Romaili.
No.
Coakley.
Yes.
Foster Bolton.
Yes.
Wearsome.
Yes. I will make one comment. I think this council demonstrated that we had not made up our minds before the meeting. And so I want to be clear on that because people often think that councils do that. This council does not. So I wanted to make that point. So with that, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is appointments and reappointments. We have none. Final item is adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn? Councilmember Wilburn?
I move adjournment.
Is there a second? Councilmember Calvert?
A second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Council. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you all.